Good morning. I hope everybody can hear me. You never know with the technical issues that I run into, but Milton has been sort of not around. So I think everything's going to be, well, let's just say smoother because a lot of times when Milton is very active in the morning, I will start talking, and next thing you know, everyone's telling me I can't hear you. I'm like, okay. And then I realize that there's teeth marks in the cable and everything is disorganized. But good Saturday morning. Hope everybody's been doing well. You probably haven't seen much of me because I've been working like crazy. And on top of that, my internet has been off 3 days out of the week because evidently Comcast is rewiring the neighborhood. So the internet could go out at any time. If you see me disappear or freeze up, then there's a pretty good chance that's the problem. But as you'll notice, my good friend Jonathan is here. And I don't know if you've been watching his videos, but he's had some really interesting things happen. Maybe he'll want to tell you about his accomplishments, but it's always good, excuse me, it's always good to have him here. And I see that you are enjoying a little time in a different location. So anything you want to share with us would be great.
Yeah, sure. So arrived at Joe's yesterday. Quite a long journey, but we're here now. Streaming through my phone with decent internet connection from bed because I'm in crash basically. And Joe's next to me, but she wants to be in it, but she doesn't want to be in it. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm struggling to hear you a little bit, but it's not from your end. It's just I'm using the phone, so it doesn't. For some reason, it's not coming out that loud. So I'm listening intently as best I can. But yeah, so far so good with your end in terms of like internet and visuals and stuff. Yeah. So last weekend I competed in Cardiff Bay, which is in Wales. And I won the IBFA Professional Mr. Universe, the mixed disability category. Basically, I'm the first person to do it on a carnivore diet. Also, the first person to win a mixed disability pro card in bodybuilding. So I'm pretty chuffed about it. But obviously, I've sort of now it's been like a week nearly since I've done it. It's a bit like, oh, what's the next thing to do, sort of thing. But also want to share that obviously because you wanted to ask and people are pretty bit curious about what happened basically. Yeah. How have you been, Rick?
Well, again, I've been pretty good, although I have been working 8 to 12 hour days. I had another job I had to finish, and then my friend is trying to rehabilitate the apartment that they had rented out to someone that had, well, they had some mental issues, and then things had just kind of fallen apart. The electric was destroyed, the plumbing was clogged. I mean, there's still holes in the wall that have to be fixed, and it's the windows were broken, and it's just been a constant thing. So we've been trying to get it done. I spent 8 days on this project. I did take Tuesday off because I needed a day off. Plus, I did a live with Liz, and then there's a couple things I wanted to watch. But other than that, I've done nothing around my house. My house now is the one that looks like it's abandoned. I have a little bit of tall grass. I have tree branches that are down. I have two junk cars I need to cut up. I have so many things to do. So probably after I do my live today, I'm going to go outside and try to get some of that done. But I regret I haven't been able to watch a lot of my friends. I did catch your video. I always try to keep, the best friends videos at the top of the list. And then as it goes down the list, I may have to either wait till another time or maybe not watch it at all because there's only so many hours in the day. And a lot of people, they look at me and say, well, you got plenty of time. No. And then I have friends, they're into the sports thing. Everybody's with the soccer. And then there people watch movies. And I don't know where you get the time to do it because I'm usually working. And when I'm not working, I might be watching some videos on YouTube or once in a while doing my own live stream. But again, it's nice to see that you're actually accomplishing things, especially with all the obstacles that you have to deal with. And you have proven absolutely that you can be a bodybuilder on the carnivore diet. Not all carnivores are going to be skinny toothpicks like me. The carnivore diet is just a tool in the toolbox, in my opinion. And you could be healthy at different sizes. I mean, you could be, like you said, you could be a championship bodybuilder or you could be a skinny quack. But the carnivore diet works for both of us. And that's why I'm always glad when Jonathan's with me on the live stream because you can see two extremes. You could see a younger guy who is a bodybuilder and has been able to do that on the carnivore diet. Then you see an older guy like me that's been on the carnivore diet since August of 83, does no structured exercise, just works. And it's like when a friend was watching me, he's amazed because I'll sit down on the floor and I'll work on something. I'll climb up. I get behind here and in there. And he always says, you don't have any back pain or knee pain? I'm like, no, I'm fine. So again, it's just great where we get this opportunity and we can prove to people that this lifestyle does work. And I think a lot of times some people I think they just want to make everybody's life miserable. They want to discredit everyone that doesn't think like they do. And then what ends up happening is it just makes them look ridiculous because other people can succeed. And we have a lot of comments already, which is pretty good. Yeah.
Sorry, bear with me. I think I've got an issue with the audio on my end. So what we're going to do is we're going to send the link over to Jo and use her phone and see if it's a bit better.
Okay.
Her phone's even more up to date than mine.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, my phone isn't exactly set up for live streaming, as you know. The corded phones, they just don't work for that. Let me get this out of here.
There we go.
All right. So anyway, while Jonathan... Oh, okay. While he's dealing with his technical issues, I will check the comments, and we see the first comment this morning is from Lady June, who said good morning. And then there's Mike Seeley Sr. Oh, no, Mike Seeley Jr. Greetings from Tampa Bay. And there's Brian Dish. Good morning, Rick and all Quackers. Good morning. I saw you over there also on a Dan's live. And we have some good mornings back and forth. And Sandy Blythe says, good morning to Rick and Jonathan. That is correct. And let's see. And there's Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, Rick and Milton, the kittens and ducks from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida, home of We Eat Fatty Meat. Okay, that is correct. And let's see. Hello, Rick from Linda Flanagan and Ivy Weenette. And we have the emoji that shows up as text because that's the way StreamYard does it. But on YouTube, it would probably be a emoji. And we have Retired Rick, the other Rick, Carnivore 69. Oh, here we go. Here we are. Okay. All right.
It's my head.
Oh, still a bit quiet. Okay.
How is that? Is that all right?
The sound is smoother, but it's quiet. The audio is not very high. Is there a way to adjust it? I guess. Wait a minute. Let's see. Okay. Mic settings.
Yeah,
Mic volume. Down. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's all adjusted as best as
perfect.
you can.
That is perfect.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
That's relief.
Hello. It's smooth because the other one was almost clipping and very choppy, but now the audio is smooth. That's great.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Clipping and very choppy. Okay.
I've given Jo my phone so she can check the chat while I'm on the video and she's next to me on the video.
There you go. Well, I know Jonathan is used to having his studio set up where he can control the audio much better. So doing it from a mobile device, I think would definitely be a little bit challenging because they don't give you as many options.
Yeah, I think the main difference is like with a studio, you turn your computer on, click on a StreamYard link, it's done. You just go. With phones, it's like, oh, do you want headset, Bluetooth? What do you want your output to be? Then you're relying on like the phone cover not covering up the microphone. Got a bit of fluff and like there's so many things that can go wrong, but you don't even realize it. But yeah, but Joe's managed to suss it, so that's all good. Yeah, what were you on about anyway? We're talking about you being busy with work and stuff.
Yeah, it's been unusually busy, but we accomplished what we needed to I told him it would take a week, but it took an extra day because we had some difficulty. We had, first of all, it's been extremely hot. The temperature was, the highest was 97 degrees Fahrenheit with humidity over 80%, which could be life threatening for some people. And my friend, he's about 70 years old, and he's not, I mean, he's relatively healthy for a 70-year-old, but he has issues. He's had type 2 diabetes, and he gets out of breath. So it's very difficult when the humidity is that high. So my goal was to get the air conditioning functioning in the apartment so that he can continue to do the finishing work, because there's holes in the wall. And the one guy that he knows wanted to take everything out and replace it with drywall. I said, look, we don't have to do that. We can simply repair the existing plaster. I had to show him technique because I hate drywall. To me, it is a very, very poor finish. It's paper. You bump into it, it gets a little dents in it. So what I do, I always do the plaster, but it's a lost art. Most people that do construction today cannot plaster, but what they don't know is that you can still use drywall with plaster on top of it. You go to the store, they sell a gypsum-based veneer finish plaster, and once you've stabilized the wall and you fix the holes, you can attach the blue board, which is a special drywall for plastering, and then you just go over that with a little sponge. So I showed him the technique using the skip trowel and go over it. And he says, well, this is simple. I said, yes, people in the past were not more skilled than they are today. In my opinion, I think that people today, if they took care of themselves, may actually be better, because a lot of the tradesmen from the past, what did they do? They smoked all the time. They drank all the time. I used to find beer bottles and cigarette packs in the walls of the old homes. So they were not the healthiest people in the world, but they were leaner because obviously we didn't have as much of the processed food. And I think back then people were still using beef tallow and lard and all these things for cooking. They were not on that fat-free craze. So, but they were too. And again, I'm 58 myself, and I can do it very well. But I showed him the technique, and now it gives him something to do because, you're 70 years old. Now you have air conditioning. Instead of being 90 something degrees or 100 degrees inside, now it's 72 degrees inside. So I told him, in your spare time, go there and just finish it up. And he started doing it, and now he's happy. So I don't have to go there, hopefully, for a few days, and I can work on my own home. But again, I told him that Saturday morning is non-negotiable. I have my live stream at that time. I'm not going to work unless I get paid a lot of money, and that's not going to happen. So that's
Yeah,
kind of what's been happening there.
yeah, it's fair enough. I've got my own little sort of schedule. I'm not terribly busy, but I get enough work done for what I need to get done. So like I work with a small roster of clients, coaching clients, mostly on the weekends. So I do like consultations and coaching during the week, but the check-ins I do on the weekends. And I personally like doing that because it means, one, someone's finished their week and they sort of have like a start and end of the week. As if I have like, oh, Brenda checks in on Wednesday, then Kim checks in on Sunday or Saturday. It's a bit, and if everyone's just on the same day, everyone's on the same sort of wavelength, and when you get through if you've got a task to do, it's like we can do the same sort of thing over like 20 different sittings. We can do it over like 2 or 3 sittings. You become more efficient. Your eye gets more finely attuned to things. So I know, if it's regular schedule, I can be like, oh, my client today looks like this every Saturday. Look at last week's pictures, look at last week's data, and the check-in forms and things. You get a more accurate picture of what's going on. That's how I like to do it. Then during the week is more more so in the past, it's more so like my content creation kind of week, my social media posts, my advertisements sort of side of things. But yeah, I'm, in terms of like YouTube updates, I'm going to continue making videos. Like you, Rick, I make money on it, admittedly, yeah, but I don't profit from YouTube at all. If that makes sense. But what my plan is, basically, my grandmother, who's 94 years old, she's going to be moving out soon. Sounds a bit odd, it's like we're kicking her out, but the thing is, just the living circumstances are a bit more challenging for her now. She has become more particular of things. She's still very fit and healthy. She can still do her own stuff, but she wants like her own space now, really, just to be in her own sort of settings, I guess. So that leaves 2 extra rooms downstairs and an ensuite shower and bathroom kind of thing, which means I'll be able to move from my upstairs boiling hot room where I sleep, which isn't this room, by the way, this is Joe's house in Nottingham, down, so I can move keep my studio upstairs, so where I usually record, normal. I'll just have a lot more room to do it in, so I'm not hot and stuck behind a little desk, behind a bed, stuck behind the trophy, stuck behind pillows. Like, it's all not like what you've got. It's quite a nice sort of open setup. I'm very boxed in, so when I actually zoom out and you see me on the screen, I'm not zoomed in, you're like, oh yeah, Jonathan is literally inside like a little igloo. So I'll be able to sleep better at night, to be cooler, to be lower down, more spacious. And it frees up a bit more sort of physical capacity to do more videos. And I do like making content, and I like making a sort of, as you've always alluded to, I like making like the 10-15 minute videos just talking about a topic, answering people's questions, being concise, giving people like the references, how I come to my conclusions. And, yeah, hopefully I've made a bit of a dent in this space, or a bit of an impact, so people can sort of think, oh yeah, there is actually a way to build muscle and lose fat on a carnivore diet. It's not this taboo thing which is, unachievable, and like, oh, you need carbs and all this sort of stuff. So that's what I'm looking to do in the future. So make more content, not necessarily hours of editing and perfecting it, but like just what frequently comes up at the time. What do I think about fasting? Because people will ask me that, and I'm like, well, I've made about 3 or 4 videos on XYZ topic, but sometimes you want to update things, keep it fresh. So I've got content which people ask me about, which I've got videos on 3 years ago, and I feel not lazy, but I feel like a bit out of touch when I send them a video of me with, like, when I had like lots of hair and I looked like a 12-year-old sort of thing. So yeah, that's what I've got going on. And Joe, do you want to give an update at all? Maybe about your channel and your £50.
Oh, well, hi Rick, hi Milton, hi everybody, every quacker out there. It's my birthday weekend this weekend, and Jonathan's come up to celebrate with me. It's my 50th birthday, and Jonathan told me to let you guys know that on my channel, because of how wonderful the community is in all the channels, we know, but on my channel they were really helpful when I was struggling, when I was housebound and I was struggling to breathe and struggling to survive. And the comments, they were the things that really kept me going. Well, now that I'm working and I've got this lovely Jonathan as well, and life is just brilliant, then it's just got to the stage where I want to give back. So for this birthday month, I'm giving £50 away to anyone. It's every Friday, so there's 2 more Fridays, and anyone who's commented on any video, they get me commenting back, which is always a problem, but but on the plus side, they get a free ticket into the prize draw. So we've had 3 winners already.
Yeah, it's worth doing, guys. If you're not familiar, so this is Joe, obviously. Joe's sleep and slim down journey. Subscribe to her channel, go on to any of her videos. I've seen her firsthand what she does. She actually does do this. So you leave a comment anywhere, any video, past, present, whatever, live, shorts, and you get basically like it's essentially like a raffle ticket, like an extra point. Then the more points you get, the more opportunities you have to earn the £50. That's offering back. There's no sort of catch. It's not like, oh, you've got to sign up to something.
No, you don't need to subscribe or anything.
She'll send you an email or message or something, be like, okay, we'll send the money to you, and that's it. So it's a win-win situation. So yeah, I mean, I'm not in a position to give away loads of money because I don't have loads of money, Rick, a bit like you. But my way of giving back was obviously the winning the pro card and making content and sharing back what super chats and things I get with the community that I feel deserve it and feel that put out good content and help people. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So yeah, we're in a different position to a lot of people in a way. Like, we're trying to literally I'm lying down in bed. But yeah, anyway, what else is going on? Do we have any chats to go through? Or
well, what about Kim? I've just seen Kim's on. She
Kim's
had a
on.
wonderful weekend, didn't she, last
Kim.
weekend?
So yeah, I don't like to sort of talk too much about clients or post too much about them, because I'm aware sometimes people do things like competitively for themselves, or maybe they don't want to be in the limelight too much. It can be quite overwhelming. But Kim's someone that's very inspirational. She lives with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a hypermobility joint disorder. She has a few other things going on as well. Now, she's managed to successfully lose around about 120 pounds from her largest point, and for about roughly 6 to 8 years, and I think it's might be 6 years, she's been on a carnivore diet. So she's done that gradually, carefully, meticulously. She's joined a gym. She's got really good training practices and methods. And basically, I took her on about a year or so ago, and I said, "You're really good at what you do, and I think there's some fine tuning you could do to get better." And I knew she's in a position where she had perhaps maybe not much money to spend because she has children which have expensive interests and hobbies. Her family does the best money best she can. She homeschools her children, so working also with a disability is very challenging as well. I thought, well, this person deserves some help, so I put my money where my mouth was, and I thought, I'm going to coach her for a bit for free and see what we can do. She was very happy with the experience, very thrilled with it, I guess. So I've been working out with her for about a year or so now. And we did our first contest prep together, and that was for something called a slim to fit competition. So it's not quite what you call a bodybuilding competition, but she's very inspired by bodybuilders themselves. So I wanted to give her the experience as if she was competing. So how we go through the methodology, how we lose body fat, build muscle, how we pose, things like that. To get to a point where she stepped on stage and she looked like a competitive athlete, as in
she looked phenomenal,
really, really good. And she's not like 20 years old either, obviously. I think she's over 40, I believe. So she's done a lot with what she had. She's an example of someone that had a challenge, had a problem, didn't bitch, whine, complain. She never complained about anything. Give her feedback I needed, like, oh, training's a bit hard today, I'm a bit tired today, which is honest feedback. We work together to sort of try and manipulate different variables to get the most out of her physique and her body. She came up on stage, excellent tan, a great costume that she chose, a great routine, like a sort of eye walk kind of thing.
Oh, it was powerful music. It was really beautiful.
You can hear one of her little girls like shouting in the background. It's very inspirational. So now she's gone on to go and buy the photos for it, and she's inspiring her family as well to sort of do the same sort of thing and not take no for an answer. So yeah, I wanted to just give a shout out to her. So well done, Kimberly. Very, very successful weekend all round. One pro bodybuilder, one massive transformation challenge completed. Now we're on to the next goal, and Joe's been making some success as well recently, obviously, with her channel. The channel's still growing, and she's also doing the £50 giveaway sort of thing. So yeah, we're all contributing as best we can to the carnivore community through very different ways. So yeah, I'm very, very blessed and pleased in that situation. So if I'm honest, I'm in a lot of fucking pain today, but I'm very pleased to sort of share that news and just be grateful for the community and find ways to pass it forward. And I hope everyone else has the same mentality going forward as well. And I know you, Rick, I can help you with various things, you can help me with various things, but you never ask for anything, Rick. So you deserve a lot more praise than what you get. And obviously, we've got the lovely, probably 50, 60, 70 people in the live chat right now, I imagine. But, we've got a lot of room for growth. And just think what we've done as a bunch of whacks. Think what we can do with a bit more time under our hands, a bit more effort, maybe not effort, but a bit more YouTube algorithm friendly kind of things we could do. I think it'll certainly be growing up to a 100-person live stream chat at some point soon.
That is definitely an attainable goal. I agree with that. I always thought of myself as sort of the anti-carnivore influencer, the de-influencer, because you might look at someone like Jonathan who's inspirational, but then you look at Rick and it's like, this guy, everything is a joke to him. He talks about heart attacks. He talks about ducks. He talks about doing everything the wrong way. And I think a lot of times, like the really popular, the people that are trying to market the carnivore journey, they avoid someone like me because I'm the opposite. I'm not telling
You
anyone.
promote not wasting money on crap.
That's
You
correct.
don't sell any. There's nothing you offer online that you sell. Everything you give away for free. I think because you've left. Well, because I know we have, Rick, but we've left the matrix.
Yes,
We
that's
don't
the
have.
key.
We're what you call it? Not rogue. There's another word for it. Renegades.
That's the
We left the
thing.
matrix. Yeah.
You might think, what does a tall, skinny quack and a bodybuilder have to in common? And the thing is, I wasn't the one that discovered Jonathan. He discovered me through Bart K's chats.
Mm.
And then we became friends because of that connection. So a lot of times I think people, they want to associate with their own kind. Oh, I want somebody like me. But I believe in many ways by us putting ourselves out there and then leaving the door open, whoever wants to contact us will. I have a very good group of subscribers. I have people that are here week after week after week. And when they're not here, and there's a few that I haven't seen today, I know who they are versus a large channel that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers and they may have a few hundred in the chat. The person who is the prominent figure of the channel most of the time doesn't do everything him or herself. Jonathan and I, we do everything on our channels ourselves. But some of them, they have teams, they have marketing, they have people to work the algorithms, and they draw in the vast majority of these subscribers. But they're not active participants. Maybe not even 1% of their subscribers are active participants. On a channel like mine or Jonathan's, it could be as much as 20%. On my channel, maybe 30%. Because, you have, like in my case, unless I have about 4,500 subscribers, and yet I can get up to 80 people on the live stream. That's a really good ratio.
Mm.
But as Jonathan said, there is definitely room for growth. And I am willing to try. Now, again, neither one of us makes a profit on YouTube. Jonathan does get some income, but it costs him more than he puts into it. And I get zero income. So basically, whatever I put into it is always going to be beyond it. But my goal to go on YouTube was not to sell a product. It was not to promote myself. It was to meet people. And as you can see over here, Jonathan is an example of that goal actually being a success because all I did was put myself out there and he found me. And there's others that I see in the chat all the time that come in here and they make comments, and I've met some of them in person. And it's like, these are my friends. So I look forward to Saturday morning. It's my favorite morning of the week because I get up 6:37. I eat, I do my thing, and I watch the clock. And as it gets closer to 8 o'clock, I'll look at see if anyone's on YouTube. Oh, I got some comments. And next thing you know, I pop on to the live stream and everyone says hello. And of course, today I follow behind a little bit and they ask questions, but it's reassuring because it's like, look, I'm not wasting my time. I don't have money to give people. It's like I was working for my friend. He paid me $100 a day, which is nothing for the kind of work I do, but that's all he has. So I gave extra time. I got a little money back, but I gave extra time. And that's the way it is with YouTube. So I'm not worried about that. If I can meet the quality people, I think in the end, it comes back. And plus you leave a legacy. People can look at you and say, well, maybe someone in the future that never met us, I'm thinking about this carnivore diet, but I wonder if anybody else ever tried it. And then you look and say, oh, this person tried, that person tried it. I mean, even the guy that did it as a joke, he had
The
success.
heart attack guy didn't die of a heart attack. He died in his sleep at the age of 400.
Well, I mean, anybody could die at any time, but it's like I've told a lot of my friends. I said, look, how many people do you know at age 58 that can do everything they did at age 25 and is living a halfway decent life, even though he doesn't have a lot of money? I mean, I don't have to pay for doctor visits. It's been 30 years since I've been to a doctor. I haven't been to a dentist in 40 years. I must have saved a lot of money. In fact, if you think about it, even though I don't have a lot of cash, I may actually be more wealthy than a lot of people I know because they have to
Not in
pay
debt.
huge. Yeah, no debt. I have zero debt. And look who's here. Look who has come to say hello. It's Milton.
Yeah, we won't be able to get Miss Mary on. She's hidden under the table or under a bed somewhere or something. She's very shy.
Well,
Oh, he's
Milton is not
gorgeous.
shy.
Look
I
at
can tell you
him.
that right now.
Look at his face. He's so handsome.
He's a beautiful cat.
He
And
really
that's
is.
and I mean, even my pets, they all live between 18 and 21 years, and they never go to the vet except once to get fixed. And that's it. And they never get sick.
There's one more shout out I think I should do for Keto Amy.
Oh,
Yes.
Keto Coach Amy.
Rocking Coach
Yeah.
Amy.
So the reason why I say that is she's trying to make a small income through coaching coaches to make content. So she's trying to show like, how do you go from filming with your phone, like staring at it and just talking to a video, to make it a bit more edited, creating thumbnails, making more of a business out of coaching. So that's quite a clever little niche. And yeah, she's trying to make money out of it, but she's not charging a great deal of money. Something like $10 a month.
Yeah.
Which I mean, £7. That's what, probably 2 Starbucks or something a month to teach someone how to make their own money. That's a useful trade. So,
as you know, anyone that provides a product or service deserves compensation. That's the way it should be. And then on top of that, she would give attention to people. You may have several people in her course. It would be like I used to teach at the college. I taught electronics and engineering courses. They would pay a tuition. They would go and attend the class, and then I would give them the information as well as some personal time, and it was beneficial. So that's a great thing. And I know she spent a lot of money trying to get her set up, and then I believe she got 2 of those carnivore coaching things or whatever, which I think are kind of expensive, especially the one country doctor, which you know my opinion of him. I don't want to be in very good detail, but you know how I feel about that. Yeah. Right.
yeah.
But yeah, that's good. Promote her because I think she's quite knowledgeable. And why is my phone ringing?
Yeah, I think she deserves a little bit more credit. She's intelligent sort of lady. Battle her own health issues and stuff as well. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Do we have any questions to go through, Rick?
Well, we have this one. Do you eat a lot of duck eggs, Rick? I'm a fan of them, but hard to get in Poland in regular shops. No, I don't eat a lot of duck eggs, only when I can find them. I may only have 3 or 4 dozen a year. Normally, I eat the eggs from the store because they're available. I have no idea why my phone keeps ringing. Oh, well.
Yeah. We can get duck eggs over here. They're, per like gram of weight, they work out about the same as chicken eggs near enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that sometimes they run out of stock quite easily, sort of thing. So it's a case of sort of finding them in shops. So you might order like 12 of them. One week you'll get all 12, the next week you won't get any, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Milton's over there. Oh, there's Peever, Popper Carnivore. Good morning. And yes, there was a question about what was next to Jonathan, and she answered it. Okay.
Yeah.
It is moving
Yeah.
next to him. Yeah, these are quite old. And we have a hello from Peter and Robbie Autry. Let's see if we have any direct questions. I'm skipping through the comments because it's a little bit different format, but you know, it's a lot of good mornings. I'll catch up eventually. We'll go into the speed round. And Susie Marsh, she had said hello earlier. She's very energetic. I don't know if you've seen her, if you see her on Mitch's channel. Morning, Mike. Okay. I do very little structured exercise like Rick. Yeah. Do a ton of walking and work. And you know, I got to meet Peter in person. He's very tall and he is lean. It's hard to believe that he was as overweight as he was. But that's the carnivore diet is doing its job. Yeah, that was earlier. Jonathan fixed it. Let me see. Let me just skip through these. Okay. All right. I'll catch up eventually. And Susie Marsh is there. Let's see. You two are so cute. Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, Rick and I are very cute.
Well, I guess
2 peas in a pod.
I don't think I don't get referred to as being cute. Maybe a little scary. You know, they might think they're watching the Addams Family. You rang, but yeah. Well, I'm glad that someone. Have you ever had Five Guys wieners or just their burgers? I have not. I think once I ate Five Guys burger patties with. I think that was with. Who was it with? Might have been Julie at Eden's when I was in Dr. Kiltz's meetup. I
Yeah.
think we stopped over there at Five Guys, but I never eat out. I've
I've
eaten
had
out
the
twice.
burgers.
Yeah.
They're pretty good. Yeah, I like them. I've not had the hot dogs, so they're called hot dogs, not wieners. But yeah, they're made of beef, so I can actually eat them.
Do you ever remember that from Saturday Night Live? The Hans and Franz, we going to pump you up. Yeah, that was something they had back in the 90s, the 80s and 90s here on NBC. But yeah, I remember that. Let's see, Coffee and Conversations with our remarkable Rick. Well, thank you, Susie. And I got to meet her in person as well at the Dr. Kiltz meetup. So it was interesting. You know, for a long time I'd never been to a meetup, and then 2025, and then this year I got to a couple of them, but everybody knew who I was. I guess I'm not that hard to spot. It'd be like Jonathan. If he goes somewhere, everybody would know where Jonathan is.
Yeah, I just get stopped by everyone. It's not a bad thing at all, but it's like the only thing for me, I guess most people probably feel about this is when you don't know someone at all and they just stand in front of you like, "You're all right," and you're like, "Yeah, what do you want?" Like it's like, yeah, I know they're approaching me to say hello, but I just feel a bit flustered because I don't know what they probably think the same, but it's like, what do you want to say to me? Like, ask me, or because they know who I am because they can see me on the screen. I don't know who they are, so to me it's just, oh, here's a 50-year-old man saying hello to me. It's like,
well, that's it.
I'm a bit awkward like that, I guess.
Yeah, you never know, and sometimes it can be a little bit startling. Hello, and you don't know who it is, and they know who you are. But so far here in Miami, no one has ever said hello to me that knew me from YouTube.
The only thing I hate, which I'm probably a bit envious of, is when someone be like, "Oh, I found," when I meet someone in person, they talk about the carnivore diet. "Oh, I found the carnivore diet through someone else, like obscure person I might not even know." I'm like, you found it through them, but not me.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Like, it's a bit weird, but you stick out quite a bit because you're very tall. So I think if they knew you, well, it's like they're either going to be best mates with you because they know you're a friendly guy, or they're going to think this guy's a giant, I'm not going near him. Sort of thing.
Well, it was interesting when I got to see Sean Baker at the Hack Your Health, and he says, "Oh, you're Rick." He knew exactly who I was. But then again, I think if you've seen a picture of Dr. Baker and me together, you can see why he would know who I am.
Yeah.
I don't look that big, I think, on camera. You look at Jonathan, you know that he's huge because you can tell. But when you look at me, you'd probably think, oh, just some regular guy. And then you look at person like, what is that?
Then you stick either of us next to a regular 5'10" man, and it's like Jonathan's double the width of him, and his arms are double the size. And Rick's double the length of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the amazing thing. But yeah, and then Peter's saying it's so easy to gain weight except for Rick. Yeah, most people have no trouble gaining weight. For me, it's almost impossible. And see, Jonathan and I are similar in terms of diet. The difference is this is a bodybuilder and this is a stick. So I eat 3 times a day. I eat between 4 and 6 pounds of meat per day, in addition to 4 to 6 eggs, in addition to about 4 ounces of cheese and yogurt. And again, a lot of the carnivore personalities, they are against dairy. But Jonathan over here, he eats dairy.
Yeah.
But again, his goals are different than a lot of people. Most of the people who start the carnivore diet, they want to lose weight. They want to get back to some previous weight. And Jonathan, he's building mass. And me, I'm just having fun. I just want to have the energy and the strength that I need. You know, I got hit pretty hard in the elbow when I was working on, and I had some pain. but it goes away pretty quickly. And compared to other people my age, I seem to be a lot more durable. So, and I think that's due to the
Yeah.
diet.
Yeah, for me on a carnivore diet, it takes conscious effort to actually eat enough food. I actually went away to Lanzarote for about 2 weeks, and I lost something like 4 kilos. And I was eyeballing how much I was eating. Like, my goal was just to maintain my weight, and I lost 10 pounds. You know, it just goes to show, like, for me and Rick, like, if we don't, obviously Rick doesn't like track what he eats, but if we don't consciously try and eat as much as we can, we'll just drop along the way.
Well, that's it. What happens to me is if I start running low on meat, and then, I mean, I've had times where I didn't have enough meat and I've had to supplement it with fruit and vegetables from the yard. And that causes me to lose weight very quickly. I can lose, like, let's say I was 200 pounds, which is the weight I like to be. But normally I'm like 195. It's very difficult. I could drop to 190 pounds if I don't eat my 4 to 6 pounds of meat per day. And that's even if I was to eat, let's say, bananas and oranges and mangoes. That mangoes are loaded with sugar. They'll make you gain weight.
Yeah, they'll make you gain weight in the context of like a already high fat diet. But like we see vegans, like they have to eat like kilos of food each day just to maintain their weight. So you're going to be walking around with like a bowling ball in your gut. So you're probably better off just eating like chicken thighs cooked in lard and fat and stuff, because there's more in it per gram.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And that's the thing. Every time that I've tried to eat fruit, the fruit does not, first of all, the energy's not there. And second of all, it doesn't satisfy. You can eat fruit and it just, it's like, oh, I don't want any more of it. It's one of those things. You're not satisfied in terms of satiation, but you don't want to eat anymore. So if I ate one mango, I would not be able to eat one for another few days because I don't like the taste of it. Now, if you gave me 2 pounds of beef, I would eat that. And then if you gave me another 2 pounds of beef, I would eat that too. I would continue to eat the meat until I physically can't swallow. So I'm the opposite of a normal person. You give them the carbohydrates, they graze and graze and graze. You give me the meat, and I will continue to eat the meat until I physically can't eat anymore. But I think it's just part of doing it for so long. And we see retired Rick Carnivore, he had mentioned, and you probably are familiar with the lady Maggie, the one that's never really online, that SPG, Bella, she had interviewed Maggie. I don't know if that was at the meat stock or if that was at her get together. I'm not sure. But she's 85. And yeah, she's in pretty good shape. I wouldn't call her amazing shape, but her voice is incredible. When you listen to her talk, it's just like a person who's maybe 40 something. And her physical shape is probably like a lady in her 50s. She's not a huge bodybuilder, but she's got functional strength because, well, she's a rancher. And there's an example of someone that's been carnivore longer than I've been alive. And I guess she's just not into the social media thing, but she was featured, obviously Carrie's movie, which I haven't seen. I don't know anyone that's seen it yet, but
Well, you know who's coming out into the limelight now, don't you?
No.
20+ year carnivore.
Oh, yeah?
Female.
20+ year carnivore female.
Joe and Charlene Anderson.
I'm not familiar.
So they're the people that Sean Baker found out the carnivore diet from.
Ah.
But they're basically getting nasty messages through and saying, oh, you're going to kill your children with your diet, blah, 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 blah. So they didn't go on social media or YouTube because obviously they don't want the stress of it. Like, they just want to live and eat the normal food. Now she's making videos. So, her name's Charlene Anderson. So she's on YouTube. She's made a few little clips already.
Okay. Yeah, Peter says we have no farms or farmers. We used to until they sold to the developers and then built a bunch of shopping centers and apartments like around here. I remember when we had cattle all around. Larry Ryan says hello. Coach Angela Mullins had said hello earlier. Nice to have him. Yellow Rose also said hello. And me see. I'll catch up with this eventually. Yeah, that's the lovely rancher Maggie. And it's, I mean, Dr. Shafee was the one that discovered her because that had to be about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Before that was sort of, that was the big thing. And then Carrie latched on to her to put her into the movie. And then she kind of disappeared for a while. There was a rumor that she had died of a heart attack, which I thought was funny. But now you see she's alive and well and still going. So that's good.
Yeah, she's doing very well.
Yeah. And again, I thought that all that meat would give you cancer and heart disease and you would be in the nursing home rather than working on a farm at age 85. Also, you notice that the long-term carnivores, they seem to have a better attitude than other people their age. You don't see them complaining much about anything.
Yeah, very little complaining.
Well, it's like me, I run into problems and you don't see me complaining about them very often because usually I find a way to solve them.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe and I are going to I'm just posting stuff on YouTube, that's why I'm not looking much. Joe and I are going to a buffet today.
Nice.
So it's like I'm gonna be keto today just because it's hard to be carnivore at a buffet because it means just eating basically prawns. Everything's drenched in sauce, but what you just go for is I write down on my phone all the things that I want to have. And if it's there, I have it. I just have a sensible amount. So if it's like chicken with a bit of curry sauce in it, I'll just have that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I've been very strict on my diet, so it'd be a nice treat.
Well, there you go. They closed down all the buffets around here.
I guess probably ate them all out of business.
Well, that is true. I mean, I do have a tendency, and I always hit the meat. Usually when I go to, they had the Chinese buffet. They would have shrimp. They would have meat. Some kind of, they had like what they call pepper steak with the little pieces in it, and it's got some weird sauce. So I have to get that off. And then they had the chicken, which was probably cooked in seed oils, but sometimes they get the baked chicken. They had fish. So there was always something to eat. But a lot of times it was more struggle than anything else. I'd rather just hit the store and buy the marked down food. And it might have been maybe at the same price. You never know. Or just grab something free from the side of the road.
Yeah. You'd like so roughly where George lives, George Goodenough, that's where you'll find all the roadkill.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
See, that's the other thing. I'm sure a lot of people look at me. It's like Peter when he saw me on one of the chats I was on. He said, this guy's crazy. I think a lot of times people think that I'm insane. Well, look, Polish Mike is here. I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
you guys are normal.
I think.
You guys are normal. Well, I don't know if I would think either one of us is normal, but
we obviously want to be like everyone else.
Yeah.
Everyone else isn't very happy for the most part. So
I'm about as far from normal. I always made a joke with my friends because back in the 80s, they used to say sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Well, I'm the opposite of that. I am the opposite of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll generation. I don't have sex. I don't use drugs. And I listen to elevator music. So everything is like the opposite. Opposite of normal. All right, let's see. Okay. I plan on giving. Yeah. See, they like the giveaways. Definitely. And there's Lance. Good morning. He has a live, I believe, today at 11. So you might want to check that out. Rick is amazing. Well, thank you, Susie. You're amazing yourself. The energy that you have. I like being around people that have a can-do attitude and that have good energy. Even if they have challenges, it doesn't stop them from doing things. That's the beauty of it. I hate the people that are always complaining, well, this person did that to me, and that person did this to me, and blah, blah, and I hear it all the time. I said, look, get over it. Take control of what you can. Jamet says, good morning.
Yeah, Joe and I had this conversation yesterday about going into too much detail, and I find it mind-numbingly frustrating. Like when the answer's in front of you, you're just like, do it. Do the thing. but they find every reason not to, and it's like,
That's right.
No.
I've had customers. I tell them exactly what to do to solve their problem, and they don't
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
And I said, look, I can't deal with you anymore because it takes a lot to make me mad. But when they keep avoiding the solution, I say, you know what? I think this is deliberate. I think you're just doing it either to get attention to yourself or just to make other people frustrated. And I say, I'm not gonna deal with it.
Can I say something? With that, Rick, I think there's a lot about, as you say, and they bring attention to themselves, but maybe not in a selfish reason. Maybe it's literally that they need their own community and they haven't got community. So keep coming to you and asking you the same question. Is there a chance to actually find community? But it's not done through authentic purposes. But maybe they don't feel confident enough to say, hey, fancy being friends. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're trying to it's almost like by decoy, they're trying to be friends with you.
Yeah.
They don't realize how overbearing it can be, or it's hard when you're trying to make business, like whatever you're trying to repair or sell or do, Rick. It's kind of transactional because you're like, well, this takes up this many hours of my week when I could be doing something else that I'd rather be doing. But over time, you might build up a relationship, like a friendship with that person, but it can't be forced, and it has to be reciprocal both ways. Like, I have people, I'm sure both ways. Like, I've had people and people have had me where I wanted to be friends with them or vice versa. But one person just doesn't want that in friendship, and you can't force it.
Mm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting perspective, but I could see where that would definitely be a possibility. Because I've always wondered why somebody would do that. It just seemed like a complete waste of time. They could spend the time solving the problem rather than going over and over again. But if they need a community, then that might be the problem right there.
What you should do is invite them to the Saturday morning live at 8 with Rick.
Yeah.
And there they've got a ready built community.
That is very true. Most of my friends don't seem to want to watch it because they figure, well, why would I watch you online when I know you in person? But what you don't see is all the other people that comment.
Yeah.
And that's the main reason for the live.
People forget that. Like, as content creators, you think, oh, I'm just going to leave this comment or this question or something about whatever topic it is. You've got a video that came out on it yesterday. You're like, well, the answer's in this playlist. If you look through all the videos, you'll sort of find what you're trying to suss out. Oh, they don't even say thank you, and it's like, well, that's just taking me a couple of minutes of my time to then go off that app, go onto a different app, copy the link in, paste it into you, reply to it, think about how I'm going to try and reply to it without sounding mean. Then you don't get thanks for it. Then it's like, well, I could have just not helped you at all. Then if you don't help someone because you can't, because what they're asking for is such an in-depth, personalized, custom service, you sort of link them to your coaching, which, by the way, guys, I'm charging like less than $100 per month for right now.
Wow.
So you can be coached by, this is a shameless plug, you can be coached by me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What it's worth, you might not like me, but my information is good and valid.
Postgrad scientific degree in human nutrition, isn't it?
Yeah, and for like $100 per month, or even might be less, you have to pay over $100 for about half an hour of a consultation with people less qualified in this space, with less credentials, with less experience, and people are paying it.
Oh yeah. Well, either they don't know better or they choose to be stupid. But that's just my opinion.
I love that. That's the sort of thing I'd say. They choose to be stupid. Yeah, I think sometimes you can't help your ability to learn in a lot of cases. It's quite innate, like how well you can understand different complex things. But you can control eventually learning it. You just have to find a different way to learn it. So, for example, speaking publicly doesn't come naturally to me at all. So what did I do? I spent hours watching Tony Robbins's chats and going on to listening to TED Talks, listening to podcasts.
You should listen to my stuff, Jonathan.
Joe stuff.
I speak naturally, although not necessarily intelligently.
Yeah, yeah. It's just an investment. Like the skills you don't have in life, you have to compensate for a lot of the time. And life isn't fair. The world does discriminate. That's the difference between people that stay at the bottom of the pile and people that don't stay at the bottom of the pile.
Well, that is the thing. But again, with discrimination, in some cases, can be beneficial. In other cases, it's not. For example, you might stereotype a certain type of person as being dangerous, and most of the time, it will help protect you. Now, you may miss one or So this is built in. So we like to associate with people that we feel comfortable with. The problem comes when a lot of times people learn how to manipulate that, and then you'll end up with someone who is an unscrupulous individual pretending like they are a good person. And then if a person does not have the discernment to see through it, then they will end up getting taken. And I like this comment from Terry Girl. I remember when Rick told us to check out Jonathan's channel, I was totally shocked at the difference in their lifestyles. Jonathan isn't in the quack category. That is, yes.
It can't be marginalized, Rick, basically.
Great comment, Terry Girl.
You know, my whole thing is that I laugh at myself before anybody else can. So when the trolls come out, they tell me, well, you're poor, you're skinny. I'm like, yeah, that's old news. I know that, but I'm good with it. I don't have a problem being poor. I mean, with money anyway. If I have everything I need, I'm fine.
Poor.
I'm
I will
poor.
always say to you as well, Rick, that you say you're tall and skinny. You're tall, you're dark, and you're handsome, and you've got such a wonderful heart. I don't see how people could think anything less than that, because you're such a good spirit. You can feel your good energy. That's why we all come to the Saturday mornings and spend this time with you. You're such good energy.
Well, the thing is, it takes a person of like mind to understand that. Many people have deceived themselves, and they have listened to, well, I would say the system, or as Jonathan mentioned, Matrix. I'm one of the only person that's never seen that movie. One of these days I'll have to watch it.
Oh, it's worth a watch.
When you do, you'll be like, what are these idiots doing what I'm not doing? You'll be like, you'll be dumbfounded by it. Yes, real mind FUCK.
Well, this is the way I live my life. I see people doing things and I can't understand it. There's just one of the things I'm very much against, and everybody knows this. I'm against debt because I believe that the borrower is a slave to the lender. I try to avoid debt as much as possible, and I've never been in debt. I always thought it's better to live within your means and then try to work your way up than to go into debt and try to pretend. Now, again, I'm not against all debt. If you're starting a business and you get the debt a certain way, in other words, you tell everybody, I want to start a business, and you have people that want to invest in your business. They give you the resources to make a business out of. That's debt, but it's not predatory debt, because if the business fails, you just walk away and that's it. The investors lose their money. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem is people going into debt to buy things that are not going to make them any money. Let's say they want to buy a new car. Well, you could use your old car. You could ride a bicycle or use the bus, but they won't do that. So they'll buy the most expensive car for the payment they can afford. Same thing with their home. Their home may be fine. It may be falling apart like mine, but it's livable. Oh, I have to get a new kitchen. I have to get a new bathroom. I want new furniture. Then you go into debt. Instead of saying, well, I'd like to have these things, let me find a way where I can work and get these things without going into debt. Because when you go into debt, you're sending money to the parasite class, the bankers, the financiers. That's the worst thing. To me, a financier is like a cockroach, actually worse than a cockroach, because at least cockroaches are food for ducks. But a financier would poison the ducks. It's part of the food chain. Yeah. But these people, and you see, there's a certain financier that had a certain island and certain files that have been in big controversy. And again, when they have the control over the monetary system, they can do bad things and get away with it that nobody else would be able to do. You make one mistake and they come down on you hard, but they can do whatever they want and they get away with it. So I think in many ways, it's important for us to try and encourage each other. If somebody knows a way that they can do something for someone else, they should do that. If you're going to hire somebody to do something, why not hire one of your friends, give them the resources, and then that way you both benefit rather than going out into wherever and throwing it into the system. So my sustainable lifestyle is reduce waste and try to maximize your return. Why would you put duck food in your body and then become sick? Now you support the medical system. Why not go and get meat? Hey, if you like plants, grow your own. Find the ones that don't hurt you. But there's always some new product, some new drug, some this or that. And again, I'm not against drugs. If you have an infection and you need an antibiotic, go ahead and take it. It's going to save your life. If there's certain things, let's say that you want to enhance, maybe you've damaged your body over the years, and there may be a certain compound that you can take to help. Go ahead and do it. But just mindlessly listening to the establishment, the advertising, they're telling you you need this and you need that. That is what I'm against. You need to go and get it from the source, get accurate information and make an educated decision. That's the thing. And anytime that people just give you a blanket statement, you should do this or that, I think you should ignore them.
Yeah, I was saying this on a live stream yesterday, I think. Something about, like these buzzwords in the carnivore community, like high cortisol, sardine fast, OMAD, high protein, ratios, calories. There's like a long list of things we can look at and think, well, if we look at what the most successful people are doing, they're not looking at those things and they're probably not doing those things. They're not a mainstay staple of what they're doing to achieve what they need to get the results they want. But people don't see that. It's the, like you said, it's the marketing. So you can have someone with the best possible service ever, but if their marketing is crap, they're not going to be able to do anything with it,
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The marketing is key, I think. So
I guess Terry Girl likes her hair.
Thank you, Terry Girl. I was watching you earlier on Grandma's Crochet Corner, weren't we?
Morning, yeah.
Thought you were wonderful.
Yeah.
And
Not many starfish, though.
Yeah. This question, I've never had any. I don't even know what my blood type is. It's been a long time since I've had a test.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't care. If I drop dead of a heart attack, I'll be happy. But I don't think it's going to happen.
There's a high probability rate. You do realize most people die of a heart attack.
Yes, exactly.
It's like the chance of, it's like you're probably going to die of a heart attack. It's not really an insult. It's just like, well, that's a normative feature of someone that's no longer alive.
I had someone scolding me because they said their words have power and I was going to condemn myself to heart attack. I said, I don't believe that. That's a bunch of nonsense. This is a joke. It's about having fun. What I do know is a fact is reducing long-term stress will make you live longer. That's been proven.
Yeah.
Short-term stress can be beneficial, but long-term, no.
I agree.
Duck eggs. Yeah, I like duck eggs. Sometimes Mama Duck isn't happy. And we were talking about Amy earlier.
Yeah.
She was saying, hi, Rick and Jonathan.
Hi, Amy.
Starbucks sucks. I've never been in a Starbucks. I think I met a couple people in a Starbucks, but I've never eaten anything from there.
Oh, should I kind of? I'll sing for Judy. She wants.
Go have lunch now. All right, Rick. Joe's gonna sing a song to Juju. I'm gonna go downstairs now and have lunch, just because. Although I'm going to a buffet later with a keto mindset, if I don't eat now, I won't be able to eat enough. And I've lost about 3 kilos in the last 4 days, so yeah. Joe's going to sing a lovely song.
All right.
Okay, Rick, I am sorry. It's because I've just decided that because Juju keeps saying she likes my singing, I've got a song for Juju. So it's I don't care what the weatherman says. When the weatherman says it's raining, you'll never hear me complaining. 'Cause I'm still the sun shines. And I don't care how the weatherman points. When the weatherman points too gloomy, 'cause you gotta be sunny to me. When your eyes look into mine, oh jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? So that's Juju's song now. Every time I see Juju, I can't stop singing that song.
Yeah, that's an old standard right there.
Isn't I
Awesome.
love all the old stuff, Rick. I really love the old stuff.
That sounds like me, old stuff. That's the Rick lifestyle.
That's it. Old stuff for old souls.
That's right. And my parents always called me the old soul. Like, well, I don't know. I don't feel old, but I guess I am the old soul. That's great. It's like when the Keto Cookout, Russ always does his singing. So it
Oh
always
yes.
it livens things up.
That's it. And he's got such a beautiful voice.
Yep, that is Joe. See? Amy, there we are.
Yes, Jonathan's come up to see me for my birthday.
When is your birthday? Tomorrow?
Technically, it's on Tuesday, but because
Tuesday.
my little niece is 8 years old on the 18th of July, we always celebrate our birthdays together.
I
So
see.
she was the one who was shouting earlier. She was, Auntie Joe, can I come and use your toilet? She's been shopping with her mummy and daddy for birthday presents for her.
Well, that's good. And see, another birthday present that you get to hang out with Jonathan.
Oh, it's the best gift in the world, Rick. Honestly. I said, it's just, when he said he was coming up, I was like, you've made my whole year.
See? That's really good. Yeah, they're talking about the old Hans and Franz pump me up. I must be way behind on the comments. You feed your pets meat only? Yes. My cats only eat meat. Once in a while, they'll have some canned cat food, but they eat meat. Joe and Jonathan, what are you cooking today? Well, I think they're going to a buffet.
Yes. We're going, it's called Panda Mummy, and they've got several of them in the UK. But essentially, they've got Italian area, Thai, barbecue, the steak house, sushi bar, Indian food, Chinese food, and then a huge dessert area. But the reason why we go as a family is because it means that I can eat carnivore, so I can still enjoy going out with the family and just eat. I just eat from the barbecue. You know where they've got the grill? I just eat from there.
I see that Dan was making a joke about wieners.
Yeah, we got to watch him.
Yeah, well, his show precedes mine. He starts at 7 and ends about the time that mine starts. Let's see. I got to see Jonathan and his mom when I was in the UK. Well,
yes, good. Karen's wonderful.
Mm-hmm. That's why Jonathan was, yeah. You're both
I'm not better yet, but she's so supportive of Jonathan.
Sounds like a telephone. Yeah, my phone will not stop ringing. Jonathan is quite popular on Grandma's channel. I question how tall. I'm 6'6". Jonathan, how tall is Jonathan? Okay.
6'1".
Yeah, 6'1". That's right. I'm trying to adjust my ears. Hard to understand. I wonder why. Let's see. Oh my goodness.
Oh, was that when we was on the earlier when we was on Jonathan's phone and was struggling with the audio?
It should be after that because this is 8:43, so it should have been after that. But yeah, there's Joe's channel because someone had requested that, and Jonathan put it up there. Thank you for the channel handles. What the globalist agenda is. If I knew what it was, I would tell you. I'm still trying to figure that out. Let's see. You will love Joe's channel. Yes, you will. Don't you just love her can-do and happy attitude? Sandy, they're an adorable couple. Can't wait to see them. All right. Joe is like champagne. Very bubbly. Well, there you go.
Oh, I like that. I like that, Terry.
The opposite of me.
Oh, you see, champagne's good, but you are a Cavossier or a fine moonshine.
There you go. Yeah, I think I'm more like moonshine, probably. A little bit hard to take. Yeah, I'll have to wait for Milton the cat. Yeah, Milton will appear when he wants to appear. Let's see. All right. Kimberly, my client. Okay, so we have a link for her Instagram page. That's good. All right. So we got a lot going on here. Retired Rick. And I'll never catch up, will I? Carrie's movie is absolutely phenomenal. I would be honored to own it someday. Just watched a cholesterol code yesterday for the first time. Also amazing. I need to see that. I'm waiting until Carrie's movie goes on the internet because I don't think they're going to have it here. And there's Kelly, Missouri Carnivore. Good morning, Rick, Jonathan, and everyone. And if you want to check him out, 4 o'clock Eastern Time, Sunday afternoon. He does a live, unless he's doing his mission where they're building houses for people that need them.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. Let's see what else we have here. Where's my child support? You study playing on YouTube and little Daquan needs summer school shoes. Okay. Gates and everything he does is scary. Yeah, I wouldn't want to look like Bill Gates at that age. But he's still alive somehow. All right, let's see. Good morning. I'm getting there. Jonathan, that's a great buffet. You and Joe. Okay. Good morning. Hey, girl. Okay. Little by little. And we have from Coach Angela. Hello, retired Rick and Kelly. I'll just click through the hellos and the Nightbots. And let's see. Going to Robin Harron's meetup in September. The meeting is being shown. Yeah. The
Oh,
meeting is
fabulous. I know. Is it George and Lainey? They're showing it in the UK. They're showing it. I think it's tomorrow or maybe tonight.
Oh,
yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I think
They're doing a
tomorrow.
premiere.
Let's see. I met Maggie in Tennessee when I was there. She had to leave before I got a picture with her. Wonder why she was in a hurry. That's strange. George has Carrie Mann and Jen today visiting. Okay. So Carrie Mann's over there in the UK. Excellent. Happy birthday, Joe. There we go.
Thank you, Susie.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. All right. Good morning to Kelly. Let's see. No whining, complaining, or bitching. Yep. That is true. Joe's so true. Okay. Let's see. I believe she got a call and her daughter passed away. Oh, that was Maggie. Her daughter died?
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Jamette says. Wow. Jonathan is a fantastic coach. I love working with. See? Kimberly approves. We know Jonathan is a man that can really, he has a lot of knowledge. He has both I would say, how would I put that? The academic credentials and the physical credentials. That's a rare combination. And you know that because you see him in person.
And as you said, I think the tenacity as well, isn't it? To get through the grind of bodybuilding whilst doing it with mixed disabilities. It's, as you say, it's perseverance personified.
That's right. Especially with all of the physical issues that he has to deal with, which is amazing to me because I stub my toe and I'm already out of it. I can't deal with chronic pain.
Yes.
I'm not used to it. You know, if I bump myself, it hurts really intense. Every little thing. But then it goes away quickly. But I'm very sensitive to different pains. And I'm just glad. Rick is very calming to listen to. Okay.
Yes, that's true.
I get that a lot. I'm not sure why. Speaking of the anti-calming, Milton is climbing all over my printer and he's behind the computer. So if I get cut off, we know that it was the Black Menace.
And now, what are your plans about introducing him to Miss Kitty and the kittens?
Well, I got to get Miss Kitty fixed, and maybe hopefully I'll have some time off. They're asking you how the weather is there, Milton. What are you doing?
It's much better. We have had a heat wave where in the UK the heat wave reached 90 degrees, which doesn't sound like much, especially for you in Florida, Rick. But in the UK, our houses are built with um, bricks and lots of wall cavitation to try and keep the temperature in. And we don't have air conditioning. So this is why we've got this fan on at the moment. I think today it's about 73. Hello, Milton. Look how handsome he is. Oh, he looks like a panther. Yes, you do look at him. Oh, he liked that. He liked that suggestion. Oh, he does adore you, doesn't he?
He's a gorgeous cat. He goes everywhere I go. He sleeps in my bed. He just loves me.
You could see he absolutely adores you.
Every pet I've had always, even when I had pet ducks, they like me. And even though that I eat duck, my pet ducks always like me. Is Milton. Yeah, Miss Kitty, when she gets fixed, I'll bring her in. I got to make sure that she's not carrying any disease or anything. And then when I know she's safe, then she can be Milton's companion. Milton will probably be happy to have a girlfriend.
Oh, bless him. What about the bachelor pad?
There we go. Well,
the bachelor pad has now got a female feline in it.
Well, Susie, I'm glad you were here. I loved all the comments. So she's going to hit the road. I'm sure I'll see you on the next one.
Take care, Susie. Have a lovely weekend.
Rick has good energy, kind-hearted, old soul. Has a way of making fun. Okay, that's good. See, CC Stargazer. I do have people here that like me. The only debt I have is my home, no credit cards.
Oh, everybody likes you here. That's why they keep coming back.
That's correct. It makes you wonder about the ones that didn't come back. They're like, oh, I don't know.
Pay them no mind.
Easy to listen to, like Grandma Barb's channel. And there's Kurt.
Hi, Kurt. Kurt, you're going to come on. I'm going to go and spend some time with Jonathan. So come and spend some time with Rick. And
yeah, I'll go ahead and create a link in a bit once I catch up with the comments and see if anybody wants to come in. Let's see.
I'm going to say farewell for now then. I'm sure Jonathan will be back. But I'm going to go and get something to eat.
All right.
You guys take care. See you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, there we go. So let me rush through these comments, and I'm going to create a link where you can drop in, and hopefully we'll get our regulars and no trolls. So we have a good morning to Sandy. I used to be horrible with spending. Well, you see, Amy has learned. I don't have credit card debt either. I've never had credit card debt. I've never had any debt. Question, please buy me a coffee. Oh, I keep forgetting to do that. I will have to do that for you. Carnivore jargon is off-putting many times. That's why I don't use it here. Rick should start marketing carnivore picnic shirts like the one he is wearing. I don't even know if anybody makes these things anymore. I don't think anybody wants to look like me, but you never know. And we have a good morning to Kurt. And let's see, I use credit card and pay it off every month. Yes, I get 500 to 1,000 cash back at the end of the year. I've done that too. You get 2% cash back on a lot of these credit cards because they're assuming that most people won't pay it off. But when I do use a credit card, I always pay it off. If you know how to use the system, it can actually benefit you. And having a credit card is nice because you don't have to carry cash. If you lose a credit card, they'll replace it for you. And good morning from Kurt, brother from another mother. Well, good morning from Rick. Glad you're here. And I'm catching up. And good morning to Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan will return. Let's see here. Thank you very much. And I'm just happy that Jonathan's been able to get away from home and visit his good friend who's having birthday. Okay, so I've caught up with the song. Cool. Thought it sounded familiar. Yes, that's an old one. I love old stuff too. That is correct, Amy. That's why you created the Strawberry Poop Gas song in the Elvis style. And D Boss Way. Hello, Carnivore Muscle and Rick. Well, hello from Rick. I'm sure Jonathan, when he returns, will say hello. I love your singing. Yes, we do. And we love her can-do and fun attitude. As someone said, bubbly like champagne. On the other hand, I'm probably about as exciting as moonshine. And let's see. We have the Nightbot comments, and we have... Yes, she does. Yes, she does. And she looks a lot younger than her age, too. So She's not afraid to admit her age. Oh, and there Peter has returned. I'm back. I'm at work now. Awesome. I like the tall guys. Yes. And I think that some women do like the tall guys. Carnivore channels are fun because you can talk about wieners and breasts without getting the side eye. That is correct. Although we try to avoid the breast, the chicken breast. I'm tall Amy. Yes, yes, you are. I saw that in person. So it Rick, he's a giant carnivore. Not a giant, but tall. Globalist agenda, more for them, less for us. There you go. They're parasites. Rick is ever clear. All right. Simple, straightforward, and high alcohol content. Carnivore Run, my lifestyle. Just subscribe. On my way to have a T-bone breakfast. You know what? Steak and eggs, the real breakfast of champions. If you eat Wheaties, you're going to become Fruit Loops when you get older. That's what I always say. I always felt gargantuan and self-conscious when I was taller than my date. I've shrunk a few inches and I've varied, so not a problem. Well, there you go. I've never had to have a date that was taller than me. I don't think I've ever met a girl that was taller than me. I watched Cholesterol Code yesterday. It's very good. I need to watch it. I just haven't. It's hard for me to take time out to watch any kind of movie. Every time that I sit down, if I'm not doing something, I think of 10 things I need to do, and I go do them. I need you in Kalamazoo. All right. You're right. Most women I've spoken with want their dates men to be taller than them, ideally tall enough they can wear their tallest and prettiest high heels. Well, there you go. I don't know why women wear high heels, but whatever. That used to be me, Peter. I was over 6'4" in heels. I don't wear high heels anymore since my foot surgery, but I can wear pretty pumps. Is that like a water pump or whatever? There are very few women that are too tall today because I'm 6'3". That is correct. Peter gets the chicks. Rick gets the chicks, but waits until they become chickens before cooking. You have a lovely voice. Yes, she does. I only want the petite, pretty ones anyway, so Peter can have the others. If I had a girlfriend, she would be built like Dr. Sean Baker with blonde hair. That way nobody else would mess with her. They'd be like, that's Rick's wife? Mm-mm. I'm not going anywhere near that. Get the grip and break them. Are you American? Well, I live in the United States. I don't know if I'm American, but I do. I was born and raised in the U.S. And there's Barry Simon, the AI master. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning, Barry Simon. Glad that you're here. I'm just saying hello from the Rick Over 55 trailer park. It's a little different than Mitch's trailer park. This is the only trailer park where ATVs and junk cars are encouraged. Love you, Joe. And you are so handsome. Love seeing you smile laughing. Have kind eyes. Well, CC Stargazer, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not the greatest looking guy in the world, but I'm not the worst. Who is Miss Meat? That I don't know. Do you believe in Superman? Yeah, that was a TV show and a cartoon from way back. Just avoid the kryptonite. Milton, hello, sweetie. Yes, that's when I had Milton up to the camera. I think Rick is very handsome too. I think lots of women would fall for him, but he seems to be happy alone with his Milton. And Peter is absolutely correct. She is single. Search her up in YouTube. Okay, excellent. And we have the Nightbot comments. My husband is 6'3" also. Well, there you go. And Steve McCovey, I don't recognize you. Rick, good morning. You must be new to my channel. Steve M. Cavoy. Glad to have you here. I enjoy every time somebody new comments. And there's Barry Simon to Sandy. I think Rick could find a girlfriend too if he was open to it. That is true. The problem is not too many women like us car guys. That's true. Most of the single Carnivore Kitty women are very far away from me, not interested in a long distance relationship. That is correct. Miss Kitty will look cool on camera as her coloring matches the stained glass behind you. That's a good point. Although that's plastic, but yeah, she's interesting. She's a beautiful cat. And once I know that she's disease free, she will be Milton's companion. And I know Milton will get along just fine with her. Milton has calmed down significantly since he had his nuts removed. It's funny. We call them getting their nuts removed fixed. And yet, when humans become domesticated, they make an issue out of it. And we have a good morning from Danny and Boz. Good morning. Look, we keep having great people dropping in. We have 51 watching right now, which is not bad. But as Jonathan said, we could get more. Joe and Jonathan, have a good day. You're such a lovely couple. Yes, they are. I think Rick has terrific positive energy. Is very inspirational, motivational. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Even though, and Rick is the ultimate quack too. Yes, as you know, I am a total quack. Good morning, Dan. All right, we're catching up pretty soon. Once I catch up with the comments, I'm going to create a link, and then anyone who wishes to join in can drop in, unless you try to show your slugs, in which case you will be turned off. I love Rick's nostalgia, like his mic, his phone, and neon, all cool stuff. Yes, that's just my lifestyle, and wherever I go, they go with me. Rick is Mr. Cool. Well, thank you. As long as my air conditioner is working, I definitely feel cool. When the air conditioner is broken, I don't know. Rick, I would take Chafee over Baker. Well, you know, I don't know. I still think that a Baker is taller. If they had a female version of Baker, that would be the ultimate a girlfriend or wife, because nobody would mess with her. You wouldn't have to worry about some guy hitting on your girl. Hey, baby, what's up? She'd be like, who are you? Don't bother me. You know, if they try to get fresh, she'll grab him. Oh, yeah? Grab his hand, start squeezing it. Oh, let me go. Okay. That's why I always felt insecure about my sisters. Were cute and petite. And I was tall and lanky. I wanted to be cute and petite. Well, cute and petite, that's for little bitty dogs, not for people. Is Chafee or Baker cute and petite? I don't think so. Good morning to Papa Carnivore from Kurt. They call me olive oil. Yeah, and Sasquatch. Kids, they just say stupid things. They used to call me names too. And I used to bother me until high school, in which case I laughed at them. I thought that was pretty funny. Let's see. Uncle Charlie, how do you clean out a mini split air conditioner? I made a video on that. You have to take it apart. And I did make a video, which I need to post it. I've had no internet for a couple of days, so they call me Amazon in school because I was tall. Well, I think that's a compliment. You are pretty and tall, like Pretty Woman with Julia Roberts is pretty and tall. Well, there you go. I don't know what they have against tall women. Please smash a thumbs up and show Rick and Jonathan some love. I don't know how many likes I have because it doesn't update it, but I have 52 people watching now. We should have at least 52 likes. Galveston County Mike, hit the like button. I agree. Hit the like button. Galveston County Mike is correct. Thank you, Juju. Milton is disobedient at times, but not always. And did I catch up with the comments? And there's Christy saying hello. I don't know if I guess you had a live earlier. I can't keep up. I think I got all the comments. All right. So what I want to do, I want to go ahead and let me see what else we have here. No, I've been watching Mitch for over a year. I attended the Carnivore meet in Florida. Okay. I just missed your live show, but I do watch you riding around your bike. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you've taken the time to comment. Appreciate that. Milton has his moments. He's way worse when he's... Yes, Milton was a vicious beast until he got fixed. Okay, I'm live in 30 minutes. Okay, so you're live in 30 minutes with Coach Lisa. There you go. Well, anyone that's here, let me go ahead and let me see if I can get a link. See if it works. All right, there we go. And I am going to put the link in here in case anybody wants to drop in. You can feel free to log in. And there's Kurt. And let's see here. They used to say tall women were manly. Now they say strong women are manly. There's no such thing as manly when you have the correct part. You could look like a guy, but if you have the female part, you're still a female. That's it. And don't tell it to the transgender nonsense people, because that's silliness. There's no such thing as transgender. It's just mental illness. But then again, that's another one of Rick's unpopular opinions. There's nothing wrong with females looking so-called manly. In fact, there might actually be an advantage because it seems like it's a race to the bottom with a lot of women. They're so afraid of looking strong or whatever. And I don't know what that is. They want to look petite and all that. And I find those women boring. The ones that they got the big arms and they can pick up 50 pounds of cement or a 100-pound bag of concrete. That's my choice. Who wants a dainty little whatever? Oh, my tire went flat. I have to call the roadside service. Oh, honey, my car's got a problem. What am I gonna do? Like, fix it. Instead, it's like, Rick, the truck broke down. Okay, what's wrong with it? Yeah, I think it's got a bad fuel filter. Well, the spare fuel filter is behind the seat. Yeah, I know, but I want to go. I'm going to get together. I don't want to get dirty. Can you help me out? Well, I'm working around the yard. I'll go there and I'll help you out. I go there and change the fuel filter and go, well, I think also we need the belt may be a little crack. We'll change that. So it's like a team effort. It's not like, oh, I'm some helpless pretty gal. No. That's why the farm girls, I mean, we got a farm girl. Erin, the booby goats? That's a farm girl. They ain't no little dainty women. Those are the women that know how to do things. That's what we want. That's a good thing. Models are tall. Tall is good. Tall is a relative term. Women with butch hair and large overhead. Well, again, tattoos are a personal choice. I don't like them, but some people do, and that is their choice. But I wouldn't get one. I don't see the need for it. It's like if I had a work of art, I wouldn't spray it with graffiti. If I had a restored 69 Charger, I wouldn't go out there and start putting stickers and painting all over it, like they used to in the old days, put an STP sticker and a Holly carburetor sticker and whatever, because that's not my style. Some people might like that. They might want to put Edelbrock headers or whatever sticker they have, but not me. Too funny. Yes, it's funny, but it's the actual truth. Good morning to Lizzie, and we have some Nightbot comments. All right. Now, again, I did put the link. I don't know. Let me go to my channel over here and make sure that it is functional, and I will go ahead and pin that just in case it gets lost. So if anybody dares to drop in, you are welcome to do so. That's one of the things about sharing the StreamYard with Jonathan. It allows you to go on camera, but not everybody wants to be on camera, so that's fine. All right, let's talk about some of the things that have been happening lately. Now, is everyone familiar with the salad problem that we've been having lately? There's a parasite. What is it? Cryptosporidia or whatever it is. I laid concrete when I was 7 months pregnant. I was a machine. Well, there you go. See? There's nothing wrong with women doing work if they want to. Whether it's work in the house, work in an office, you can be a professional. You have women that are doctors, women that are attorneys, which I don't like attorneys because they're usually kind of shady. You have women that teach. It's like a tradition. Women do a lot of teaching. But you have women that start and own businesses. I think a lot of times society tries to limit. They try to separate based on gender, which is actually a form of discrimination. If you choose, some guys might want to stay home and take care of the kids. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. My parents would alternate. When my mom taught school, my dad would take care of me. And then when mom was off from school, that's when dad really grew his business. I got dragged to the office with my dad not many times. I remember as a kid, one of the reasons I remember these phones so well, because my dad had one of them in his office. So it was kind of interesting because my parents would alternate taking care of me. I think in my whole life, I was only at a babysitter once or twice. I remember as a little kid, my mom dragging me to University of Miami because she was taking a class for a teaching certificate. And I remember as a kid being in a room that looked a certain way, and it was hot. And it wasn't until somebody gave me a box of pictures, and her dad was a professor at UM, because they remodeled, they changed everything. And I looked at the classroom, I go, I recognize those lights. I recognize that ceiling. And then I remembered, yeah. So I was 5 years old at the time. So I do remember being 5 years old in a college class. There's other things that I remember. And we don't remember much beyond 4 years old, maybe. I think that's one of the earliest memories I have. One of the earliest memories I do have, I think, was in 1972. We had gone to a get together for the family, and then we went to eat at the Swedenhouse Smorgasbord. And I remember that one as well. I remember coming home. My dad had replaced the back door of the house. Well, I found the receipt for that door from the cash and carry hardware store, and it was 1972. So I was 4 years old. That's my earliest memory, which I think is kind of interesting. All right, so let's see what else we have here. Erin is amazing. Works on farm equipment, exercises, and mothers 10 beautiful kids. See? And she's female. She's not, she doesn't look like a male to me, does she? Of course not. Got a whole family. I don't see her here today, but she might pop in. She usually says hi from now and then. Poop lettuce. Yes. Everybody knows about the poop lettuce problem. And there's Bella Girl. Good morning, Quackers. Well, good morning. Thanks for dropping in. So true. I think most men like women that are feminine. Well, again, if you have female parts, you are feminine. If you have the sausage, you are masculine. Well, and again, some of them fruity guys are not exactly masculine acting, but you're still male. If you got the sausage, you're the man. It's like simple electronics. Here we have a USB connector, as you can see. There's a male connector and there's a female connector. See, the female connector is set in and the male connector sticks out. It's very, very simple. You have chromosomes. You have X and Y chromosomes. Whether you're male or female comes down to those chromosomes. Now, you could probably change the plug, but it doesn't change the fact that you are male or female. You can't change that. How do you change chromosomes? You don't. So if a female wants to look male, she's got to take testosterone and have surgery. And if a male wants to look female, well, he's got to have some stuff added and take hormones as well. All right. I was living SC, South Carolina. Now I moved back to New Jersey. Started my business over doing large flea markets in New Jersey. I'm waiting on getting licensed for my step van. Awesome. Again, glad that you have dropped in. They should. Okay. Yes, Erin works hard and takes care of 10 kids. That is correct. And she also does live streams every now and then. I will be selling Italian ice, fruit smoothies, acai bowls, and cotton candy, vegan food. Or as I call it, duck food. There you go. But are you a carnivore? That's interesting. I wouldn't always advise women work that hard as men. I believe we need a balance, and a woman should not seek to be equal to a man, especially in strength. Not saying you can't be. Well, again, women and men are different, and they will never be equal. That is impossible. You're female and you're male. You can't be, well, do you want the men to be like women? Or do you want the women to be like men? Or if you're like Rick, just let people do whatever they want. And again, I've known a couple of the bodybuilder girls. I think they're actually kind of interesting, but they're still females. They're not males. When you look down there, there's no bulge. So that tells you that they are female. Just because they have big biceps and a wide back, that doesn't make them male. I'm just saying. Steve, that sounds cool. Yes. All right. Men are the sausage and women are the bun. Exactly. That's very simple. I remember standing next to the stove looking up. My mother prepared warm milk. Okay. Rick, good point. If you have sausage, I am female connector. That's right. See? And there's Thomas. Hey, you popped in when we're having a controversial discussion because you know me. I'm always stirring up controversy. Why is my phone ringing? Oh. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close the Venetian blinds because I have a feeling somebody might be visiting. And I'm going to put a lock on the gate, and I'm going to put a sign that says scram, because I tell everybody, don't come to my home when I'm having a live stream. If you want to talk to me, you can do it on camera. Take a look. The link is right there. Where are my shoes? Oh, well. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Okay. Why is this not working? Oh, all right. Let me go ahead and I'm going to do something here. Where is that video? Okay, there we go. I can't find it. Well, that's interesting. Milton, did you take this out? Let's see. 2026. Oh, well. Okay. Download here. Huh. All right. It's not there. Oh, well. Forget that. Okay. Let's see. What time do you work today, Thomas? Hello, Rick and Milton, along with everyone. Well, hello, Brian Airy. Glad to see you here. I have 2 electric gates closed to this property. No visitors here. Problem is, my yard's only 25 feet to the street. The fence is so short because I can't make it tall. And I don't have a bunch of wild ducks to bite at people's nuts. So they do tend to drop in. I don't know what happened to my video. This is weird. My intro video should be here, but I don't see it. Huh. Milton, have you rearranged my files? Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Nope. I don't see it. That is weird. All right, let me double check. This is not here. Nope. Oh. That might be it. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Let me go ahead. I need to go outside, do a couple things. So I'm going to play the intro that I normally play on my live stream. And let me go ahead and do this if I can get it. And there it is. All right. How weird is that? There we go. Wow, it disappears. Huh. Oh, you have to click all files. That is the reason. Okay, it's there. It's just different type. There we go. All right, so I put a chain on the gate and I gave some meat to the kittens because they were out there begging for food again, which they're good at doing. And then half the stuff in my living room fell over because Milton wanted to go outside, but I'm not letting Milton out unsupervised. So what else can you do, right? Okay, so let me go back and hit the comments. And again, usually I would play that at the beginning of the show, but it is kind of in the middle. I just needed something to fill the space so they didn't think that I had abandoned everybody. Okay, so we have good mornings from Kurt. Is it wrong to like this tune? No, it isn't. It's from the YouTube library. There's actually some imitation 60s AI music that's been popping out, which I like. I saw a few channels that are dedicated to stuff. I need to figure out how to make my own. I think it'd be kind of interesting. Hey, Milton, what are you smelling? You smelling the meat? Milton, what are you doing? Milton. No, Milton, don't eat that. Milton, no. Milton. You're a bad Milton. He's a bad Milton. I have the canned cat food. I keep it inside an old microwave, which I pulled out of a clean out and I use it as a storage. Believe it or not, there hasn't been a microwave plugged in here since my mom died. Milton, are you active? Look at that. Look at that, Milton. He's over there climbing all over the computer. Come on, Milton. You are one sweetheart. Okay, that's a menace. Milton the Black Menace. All right, there we go. All right, anyway, you probably know that there was this little issue going on with a small parasite that really, let's see. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, we have a funny comment from our resident comedian, DS111. Any picture of Rick looks like AI. Well, yeah, it might be. My adult feral cats don't cry. The babies meow, meow, meow. Yeah, right? Mike Milton doesn't even purr. He barely makes any noise. He's a silent black menace. You never know when he's going to pop up and bite you. And there's my BB&E. Good morning. Good morning. Glad that you are here. And we have another good morning from Kurt. And hi, Wendy, liked your video. I didn't know she had a video. Hi, Brian. Good morning. I have butter coffee. Well, there you go. And I know coffee is very popular in the carnivore community. Now, let's talk about some discoveries that I've made. Now, as you know, I am probably the only carnivore who does not take electrolytes. But I actually discovered something last night that's never happened to me before. And Sandy says that we have 66 people watching. Well, that's awesome. And I think Christy will be doing a live stream in 10 minutes. So you can hang out here until you pop over to that live stream. Let's see. Okay. I forgot to change out the pod, so there's more butter water. Okay. Yeah, so you're using one of them instant coffee machines. Let me see if I can close this Venetian blind before someone discovers me. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Milton. I'm going to pull the cord. That is it. Freaking engine parts. Ugh. Come on. No. No. Oh, boy. Ah. Silly pet. All right. There we are. What I need is a gator-filled moat. Oh, here we go. Thomas has popped in.
Hey,
Hey.
how you doing? Oh, I like the surrounding with the charger, and that's cool.
That's like Jonathan's talent. Yeah, he decided to put the little Milton tail and the charger, so that's a good thing. Of course, I'm looking at the real Milton tail right now, right, Milton?
So I just pop in and say hello and see how everything's going. I'm a little late coming here, so
that's fine. Are you working today?
I was, but I was really sick this morning, so I called out. So yeah, so hopefully it's not going to be an ongoing thing. Me and Juliet went to this like grill bar basically on the boardwalk, and unfortunately, even though chat said ChatGPT said that they don't cook their meats in seed oils. They still cooked everything on that grill. So obviously there's seed oils on the grill, and I think that's what kind of got me affected. Because
what are you feeling? You got like a
well, right now, not much of anything, just a little grumbling in the stomach. But I was actually throwing up this morning.
Oh,
yeah, like I woke up and all of a sudden, so that's the only thing that made sense. I mean, I've been sick before, as we all know, but that's the only thing that really made sense. And so I just was like, okay, I don't think it's a good idea to go to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's never good to work when you're sick. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah. So, but I'm feeling a little bit better now, and hopefully I'll feel like this in a couple of days when I work again, because I don't want to call out too often.
That's good. Well, take a little time off. It's well deserved. I need to take time off, and my phone starts ringing as soon as I take time off. So I am not going to answer it.
Right.
And I got my gate locked. I got my blinds closed. If somebody comes around here, I'm not here. Nobody's here but Milton and Miss Kitty.
Yeah. And how are they doing?
They're pretty good. There was a cat fight this morning at 6, so I got up to try to see if Miss Kitty was involved, but I don't think so. She crawled out from behind the van. I think it was some other cats that were fighting.
Oh, okay. I was going to say what between them two, but I'm getting what you're saying.
Well, once she's fixed and I know that she's healthy, excuse me, she's going to be a house cat along with the kittens. So they'll be like with Mr. Milton. So you may end up with a bunch of cats coming around here.
That's cool. How are the babies doing?
They're doing really well. The Calico and the Garfield, they're growing. They eat a lot of food. Only problem is I have to keep the ducks away because the ducks will eat the cat food.
Of course. They don't discriminate against that,
And the thing is, cats are afraid of ducks. The ducks are actually bigger than the cats, and they just keep coming. You have 9 or 10 ducks and you have one cat, the cat's like overwhelmed and runs away.
Of course, Well, that's why they have the term scaredy cat.
Yeah. But Milton's the other side. Milton will defend his food. A duck, one time was trying to get Milton's food and he attacked, and there were feathers everywhere.
Wow. Yeah, Milton seems to be like I could picture him in a boxing match or something, Which if Barry's listening, here's another meme for you, Barry.
He was here earlier. He might still be listening.
Milton and a duck in a boxing match, and have Miss Kitty in the in a bikini like in the background.
That's like I was joking about the Rick's 55 and over trailer park. That'd be another one. Let's see. Blinds drawn, not answering phone. Sounds like my daily life. There you go. When I start, I'm working, I'm getting a grill. Okay. I like my fat slightly burned. I hate to say it, but I get my grill from the side of the road. Somebody threw it out. Oh, I got a new grill.
Do you really hate to say that?
Well, everybody knows in my neighborhood, when somebody wants to get rid of something, they just stick it in the back of my truck.
Right. I have an interesting. Steve was mentioning that he's from New Jersey. Which part of New Jersey is he from? Are you from, Steve?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because I actually currently live in Wall, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. That's it's good if you can find local people. I just don't see anybody from Miami. For some reason, I seem to be the only.
I mean, I hear people from Miami. It's I guess Miami is a pretty big city, isn't it? Or no?
It's the biggest city in Florida.
Right. So I guess you could still have more than one person and never see each other.
Yeah, a lot of people here don't even speak English, so you never know.
Well, and that too, if they're carnivore and they're not speaking English, that could cause a problem. Like, well, it could be somebody right next to you and you never knew it.
Of course, then again, a lot of the Central Americans and whatever, most of them eat duck food. Duck food is like part of their culture because they're not used to having delicious meats.
Yeah, Barry's here. He just put like a sign like of him like, Okay. Well, I used to live in Princeton, Steve. A few years ago, I actually worked for a company called Chasmataz in the Princeton Market Fair.
Yes, Barry is here. I saw him earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw him. He had because I just gave him the idea, so he's like having like a. So expect an email from him.
Right.
Of Milton, probably of Milton and a duck having a boxing match.
I've seen Milton having boxing matches before. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I love the one where I think it's you're with Mitch, and Milton all of a sudden grows into like this like beast.
Oh yeah, turns into a monster. Goes from friendly to attack cat. Hey, there's Tim. Odd Fitness Tim. Hello, Chad. Happy Saturday. Well, thank you for dropping in, Tim. He's become a regular here, which I think is kind of interesting.
Yes,
remember,
Steve.
We welcome everybody, including those who are not keto or carnivore. And Tim's thing is fitness and regular training and trying to stay active as you get older. You know, don't give up. Eventually, everybody gets too old and then you kick the bucket. But why would you do it? Why would you speed up the process? You know, we're all going to end up.
You could see just by his thing that he's fitness.
I mean, you look, see?
Yeah.
But I recommend if you want to check out his channel, you should. And if you should subscribe, he's getting close to 1,000 subscribers. So let's see. Hopefully he can get over that before the summer is over.
And I believe I'm actually subscribed to him. I think I subscribed last week when you mentioned it.
Right.
So yeah. And yep. Steve, right by the TGIF and the movie theater. And I actually used to also be a security guard at that mall too.
Huh.
And can you imagine me as a security guard?
Yeah.
At almost 200 pounds more.
Well, I don't know. You wouldn't be able to chase anyone, but that's okay.
Well, people kept on saying mall cop, and to use a segue. And then I would get my nerdy self and be like, well, you know, I'm more than 250 pounds, and those segways can't really run that well if you're over 250.
So Tim made 1,000. Awesome. I just got back from my trip to the farm, picked up 15 pounds of 90-10 ground Angus, $4 a pound. That sounds pretty good. That's pretty good compared to what they charge here from the farm. That's awesome. You sound sick, Thomas. Feel better. Yes, that's why he's taking time off work.
Thank you, Sandy. I'm a little groggy, I guess you could say, more than anything.
I can feature Thomas being a mall cop.
You can feature it, or you can picture it.
Yeah, there you go. Not yet, almost. Okay. Well, he's getting there. Hopefully he'll get enough subscribers to make 1,000.
And Uncle Charlie, she lives in her house.
There you go. So anyway, yeah, you know, did you see the interview? Because you're an SBG fan. You saw Bella interviewing
Bella and Maggie.
Yeah.
I saw parts of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't like I don't even know how long the video is. I haven't really sat down and seen.
Do you still have a scheduled interview with Bella?
Yeah, we had to redo it, but it's actually now with Bella and Raymond.
Oh.
At the same time.
Raymond, yes.
Yeah. I mean, the only problem with that is we have to face facts that Bella's not going to want to do a 2-hour interview. And so the interview in total is going to be only an hour, and that's with 2 people. So how much content will there really be with only 1 hour of 2 of them? I'm grateful that they're going to be on there. It's just, it's going to be very quick. And in my opinion, it's going to be very quick. And, like, what can we do next?
And what is the date now? The preliminary date?
I think it's September 24th. I have to double check.
September 24th. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's like 4 days after my birthday. And then Emma Mann is going to be the one on my birthday.
Nice. That's right.
And something tells me she can only do an hour too, but she is just one person. So that's 1 hour of one person. You know,
Right.
1 hour of 2 people, how much content can they do? You know, you include the you know, the Q&A and everything like that. The most each one's going to have is 20 minutes to tell their story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now they're probably programmed to tell it quickly, but still, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You know, I was looking forward to, because Belle is one of those that you don't really see really associating much with the carnivore community. It's more of like she makes videos and promotes her product, and that's about all you see. You don't really see her teamed up with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a different format than probably either one of them are used to, you know,
Right.
because you know, like I feel that my format is unique, and I think that that's what makes it fun, you know.
Well, the thing is, there's no agenda. It's just, let's talk. Let's bring out some different points. And I know
Chewing the fat.
because I've been interviewed several times. I mean, there was the dual interview with Aaron, and then there was a one-on-one interview with me, and then
Right.
all the other times that I've popped in, I've been sort of a
Well, the
feature.
dual interview ended up becoming just a conversation.
Yeah.
You know, because it was the first time and everything like that. I don't think any of us really knew what was going on or what to take of it, you know. And so then Kathy actually ended up coming on, and so did Kelly, my niece,
Right.
ended up coming on. So you actually got to meet a family member of mine.
That's right. And you know, but yeah, it'll be interesting because I've always wanted to see Bella in one of those one-on-one interviews without a celebrity, because usually with those celebrity type personalities, they all like hang out with each other. They're only
Mm.
going to interview with someone that has 50,000 or more subscribers.
Right.
But so it's a very rare thing that you would see someone that
Yeah.
has, you know,
And I'm
not
very
that
grateful that she's giving me a little bit of her audience, you know.
right.
You know, especially if I can get her to stream it to her channel. That
There
would
you
actually,
go.
you know, because that might actually bring some of her followers over to my, you know, it would be a benefit to me.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, I can't expect it, but it would be nice, you know.
Yeah.
You know, like I can't really expect anybody to stream to their channel because not everybody would want to, you know, for whatever reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's how do we share each other? How do we promote each other's channels if we don't support each other?
Correct.
You know?
That's the thing. Because then what'll sometimes happen, you get some of these celebrity personalities and they have their own circle of influence, and then it closes in, and then they don't interact with anybody else. Then on the other hand, the new trends are being set somewhere else. You might have the smaller channels that are networking. And then all of a sudden the big channel becomes obsolete. It's like, well, they've been saying the same thing over and over again. Now we go to the other channel, something else has happened. But you know, I don't like that whole walled garden approach. I'm a big critic of it, but I don't mind.
Well,
You know.
you know, you make a good point. You know, I think a lot of times with the smaller channels that are networking together, you also get that mass of personality. You know,
Mhm.
and you know, when you have it where it's a bigger channel, like you just said, you know, you sort of have the same story going on, and when you have like when you have the same personality, it's like, okay, I love this person, but I I'm not really that interested in watching this again. You know.
Right. That's the thing. And it really comes down to the network effect, the communications. The more the people of different backgrounds that can connect together, the more powerful the movement becomes. Because when it's like one personality talking about their success, it gets old after a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice to see people succeed, but what's how does that affect me? You might look at the person and say, "Yeah, I'll try it." Maybe it helps them, maybe it doesn't. But when you have the smaller channels, you have constantly have people coming in. Some people go out. There are several small channels that popped up that disappeared.
Of
I was
course.
just thinking yesterday, whatever happened to Caleb's Carnivore Quest? He was a 15-year-old, and he
Well,
disappeared.
he's probably 17 now, 17,
Yeah.
16, 17. No, actually, he's probably 16 and he's probably 17 now, almost 18. Um, Yeah, I mean, he's on a new thing with on Instagram. I'm not sure what name he uses, but he was on a new thing with Instagram, and he looks pretty different. He's still doing the weightlifting and everything like that, but he's just, like simple things like as a youth will do, the hair grows and just more of a thing with his friends and all that stuff. I'm not sure if it's necessarily carnivore, but he's still around. He's still there. But at 16, not everybody, it's not going to be like the young lady or like Emma or, like sometimes they grow out of wanting to do the content anymore. And I'm not saying that's happening to him. I'm just saying that, he's living, he's a high school kid. He has other interests.
Emma's there basically because of her dad, her family. That's sort of like their personality.
Well, that's true, but she's kind of grown on her own. I mean, Emma the Carnivore really stands on its own if you think about it, because she might have been seeded by Carrie and Jen, but I think she's in her own element, if you ask me. So like her and her sister have the Comanche Carnivore store, and they do a lot of things separately. And it doesn't always have to be like you don't always have to follow in your parents' footsteps, but yeah, I do agree on the concept that I think Carrie got her started. I think that if it wasn't for him, there would not be Emma the Carnivore.
Well, I think in her case there's been a lot of benefits that have gone with the carnivore lifestyle,
right?
And I mean, wasn't she vegan for a period of time?
For almost 6 years, if I'm not mistaken.
See,
yeah.
If not for Carrie and his carnivore interest, she may have continued to go down that path and just become worse and worse and end up trapped in the medical loop and then constantly suffering for no reason. And, Carrie really inspired a lot of people to jump on YouTube back in 2024.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't carnivore, I think, until 2023, like the end of 2023. And then he came into the scene. He was one of the few people that had a following. He had at least, I think he almost had 100,000 subscribers before he started pushing the carnivore videos.
Yeah, because of the homestead. Yeah.
Because of the homestead videos. And then I noticed lately he's done more of the theater and a little bit of the homesteading content again. I think Carrie is smart enough. Once the carnivore thing kind of loses its trendiness, he'll fall back on other things. Because you can tell by when you meet him, you can see that he's a guy that's adaptable, and I think that he will. I think he's going to stay with the carnivore diet himself, but I think he's going to change his channel a little bit because he still calls it Homestead How. He doesn't call it Carry the Carnivore.
No, he hasn't changed it.
Right, he does have a Healing Humanity channel for the carnivore content, but.
Right.
Carrie's
I
think
the Healing Humanity channel is more because of the movie,
right?
Which makes you kind of wonder, like once the movie is now through, and it keeps on going, which it eventually will, obviously. What would happen to the channel? Because if the channel's no longer needed to promote the movie, if it's like the movie's already out, then why would you have to go? This whole separate thing, So either, so I agree that, he probably, because I think he likes the homesteading, and especially now that he bought that new house next to the movie theater.
He got the house next to the theater. That was a good move.
When they were questioning, like, should we get this house? I was like, duh, that's a stupid question. If you can afford it and you can get it, because I think almost anybody that's going to visit there, wouldn't that be great to be able to stay at that house and be able to also see that movie theater?
Right.
And even if you're not really a fan of Carrie, which I am, obviously, and we all are.
We all are.
Even if you weren't, though, just the experience of going into that old movie theater and experiencing that format is a treat in itself. I'm trying to say, like, like they were doing another video about like how he's a hypocrite that he sells this. Well, duh, the guy has to make money. If you're only selling and doing your movie theater for people who are carnivore, how much money are you going to make?
Well, I've been called a hypocrite because I give away fruits and vegetables. I give fruit trees. I teach people how to grow vegetables. Well, I've made videos about that. Rick, you're a hypocrite. You're telling people to eat plants. I said,
Right.
why am I a hypocrite? What am I doing that's wrong? There's nothing wrong. If people want a product, they're going to buy the product from somebody. Just because I don't use a product myself doesn't mean I'm not willing to sell it to them if I sell it to them at a fair price. And I
Right.
don't think Kerry is overcharging people for the duck food that he
Right.
sells at the theater. So, and theaters don't make money from the movies very much.
No, it's
If they,
concession stands and stuff like that.
it's a
They make money
concession
from.
stand, and
Yeah.
if all he had was pork rinds and dried beef, he'd go out of business. You know, it's
I didn't mean to. I wasn't laughing at you. Barry Simon just sent me an email saying that he sent you an email.
okay. Well, I have to check that out.
He goes, ask and you shall receive. So I think we all know what the email is.
Okay, we're gonna have to play that. That's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah.
I catch up with the
I'm
comments.
telling you, you say something like 5 seconds later. It's.
Well, he's got the system figured out, which is good.
Which is amazing because whenever I use AI, okay, I'll ask for a video and I say exactly what I want. I'm very specific, and all of a sudden it will change the person's look. Like I'll say I send a picture of you. I sent a picture of you and I'm like, yeah, I want him to do backflips and bounce up and down. Okay, out of his couch. All of a sudden it has you be like a girl with red hair. Like, and it's like where did I ask for that?
I think AI does have its problems.
Yeah. He's like, well, we didn't know you wanted the actual image. Well, I said, why would I show you the image if I didn't want the actual image? And you start getting mad with AI. It's like,
That's funny. Look at these two. Oh, okay. Wisecracker. I dabbled with a carnivore diet a few years back. I'm back again. Been about a month. Back then, my handle was Keto Cheeto. You're looking good, Rick. I remember Keto Cheeto. Yes. It's been a few years already. Wow. You're looking good, Rick. Happier. See, that's someone that had seen me a while back.
And I like the name Keto Cheeto.
Right? Let's see. DS111 always promoting and selling stuff.
Like I'm almost expecting him to have, instead of the picture he has, to have a picture of the cheetah cat on for Cheetos. but eating a steak instead or something.
Terry Girl's keeping a track of your knows. That's funny.
Here, you know. Does that
if you know, you know.
If I love it when Jerry says that,
I love all the different subjects that Rick brings up in the chats. Well, that's why the chat is here. Smaller channels are more personal and fun. Yes, you can have a relationship. All right, Rick, email sent. Well, there we go. I'm going to check that out. Too many like-minded people regurgitating the same SHT becomes stagnant and boring. I agree with Thomas. Yes. And that's Kurt. Got some common sense there. Yeah. Largest live stream currently on air. Funny that. Well, Jonathan, let's see. I bet it's a meme. You're good at fast. Well, we're going to look at it together. And we have Patricia Butler. Hi, Thomas and Rick. Hello. To me, Chafee is still the best, simple enough, and definitely qualified. Yes, he is. And the women all seem to think that he's attractive. So that's good. He's not my type, but hey, if you like him, you like him. Hey, Jonathan. Chafee was the first doctor to interview me before anybody else did.
I know.
There's that.
I know.
And that was very popular.
I mean, I guess I have to say that Kiltz is probably the first doctor to interview me.
There you go. And Kiltz, actually, he was doing fertility chats. He didn't start really doing the carnivore chat till last year. And then he's really gotten into the scene. Now he's like the #1 carnivore community. Kiltz is a smart businessman. He knows how to motivate people.
Yeah, he does.
You don't see him ever trashing anybody publicly. He's savvy. He's not stupid.
Well,
Some people go out there and yeah.
I heard this information from Dustin that I didn't know this, but did you know that YouTube started out as a dating site?
Yes. They
I
used
had
to
no
have a
idea.
personal, they had like personal section. Even when I was on YouTube in 2006, you could send private messages.
Had no idea.
Yep.
So
My first,
I wonder what made them go from one to the other. I mean,
there
I
just
guess
wasn't much interest in it. There was a
right.
lot of dating sites back then. So they just started letting people upload all kinds of short videos. The videos used to be limited. I forget how many megs it was, but it was somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes max. And then later on, they started giving you more where you could upload. Wish my daughter would change her eating. I admire Emma. Yeah. Well, again, inspired by Carrie.
Yeah.
Cheers, Tim. Win the day. And that's unusual because usually kids try to rebel against their parents. So it goes to show that Carrie's personality is good at convincing people to try things.
Well, it seems like Kerry influenced a lot of people in his family. Never mind people around, like outside of his family. But I mean, Jen was influenced by him. Let's face facts. He started, and she ended up going carnivore, and then so did his mom, so did his stepfather, his sister. Like pretty much all four kids. I mean, a couple of them I don't think are full carnivore, but they're still keto.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, I mean, how many people can say that they influenced their family members?
Yep.
In the way that he did. So
Homestead Carnival. That's funny. Let's
like
see.
when I tell my sister that I'm carnivore, she just rolls her eyes and says, "Well, that's not good."
Kurt's going outside. I guess Kurt's going outside.
Your father probably did the same thing to you when you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kurt's going out to mow his lawn. And let me get down here and I'll open the video. Oh, there's Bob from Carnivore Talk. Good morning from Northeast Ohio. Good morning. Don't forget Carnivore Talk, 8 o'clock Monday night.
Yep.
I'm usually not here, but if I am, I check it out.
Oh, sorry, Thomas. It's caffeine. You're drinking caffeine or am I drinking caffeine? Because I didn't really have that much caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe I did that. I actually like had water butter.
Well, if it works. Good
It
morning,
still
Bob.
tastes like coffee. It wasn't that far off. I just
Ending my cardiologist visit. Interesting. Okay, we got a hello from Jamette. Barry is a genius.
Yes, he is.
You're watching that. Not a hypocrite. That's true. You have to really flower the commands you give to AI. Yeah, no kidding. I'm a carnivore but sell sugar-based products. I'm chasing the dollars. I'm doing Columbus and Cowtown flea markets, working 4 days a week. Well, there you go. Make money when you can. That's not the same as hypocrisy. That is true. Hypocrisy would be saying, well, I'm a carnivore and then eating duck food. Now, that's a hypocrite. Selling duck food, that's not a hypocrite. I find out he's on a paid version. Yeah. Barry uses Super Grok paid. I do too, and it's more accurate. Yeah. Well, that's it. It costs you more. I wish I knew I could learn it. I wish they had local AI. Flattery will get you everywhere. Well, there we go. I don't use the slop. I'm keeping it very authentic. I do use a thumbnail on videos from Adobe. Yeah, I've noticed that with your videos. The videos are like mine. They're basic. Cheetos are the worst thing to eat. Sometimes even a duck won't eat it. That's how bad they are. Thanks, Barry. You do great work. All right. Let's see. Let's just keep. And all of a sudden, the comments came in strong. Apologize if I need to check out more of your content.
I do that to people.
Oh, yeah. Spoiler alert, blood glucose 81, ketones 1.3, still fasting, day 18. Well, there you go. Jerry's
Excellent.
Still starving. Okay. Hi, Brian. Kilt said his name originally. Yeah. So change it for better public image because he doesn't want to kills his customer. Kills is also the name of a it's a paint that's covers up when you have stuff that's leaking through. Your roof's leaking, you put the Kills paint on it. Barry, it's not hard enough to coach everything. Oh, wow. Come on, I'll catch up. Great numbers today. Hello. From Amy, the other Amy. All right. Are you getting the smoke drift from Canada? That's a good question.
No. I mean, doesn't look like it.
Well, that's good. I want to talk, Bob. Do you have a website or is it your YouTube? Okay, so those are all questions. Ducks eat fruits like plantains? Yes, they do. If a human being can eat it, what, Milton? Are you Are you going to attack me? Nice content. Thank you. Milton, no. No biting.
If he does, make sure you record it.
Oh, it'll be on video.
I know.
You
just
see, you'll see. You've seen him attack me. He's a black coffee link. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Right,
in our world, it's always good if you can record whatever happens.
that is true. Milton, what do you want? I
Like
gave you meat.
like my Thanksgiving video. It was priceless because everybody saw it happening.
I mean, I gave Milton a generous amount of meat. Are you already hungry? Can you hear that meowing? He's a black menace.
Yeah.
You're cutie.
Now, I would be worried if he starts starts sounding like a lion instead of like.
What? 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 You gonna bite me? You want to bite? You're a bad kitty. You're a bad little kitty. Bad kitty. No, don't even think about it. You're a bad kitty. Look at that fluffy tail. Look at that fluffy tail. Okay, what do you want, huh? Sweetie?
Yeah, my BB&E. I'm sure just the concept of licking your fingers was sort of like just mesmerizing.
Here we go. All right, let's see. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, there's a Barry Simon video. And will it play?
Okay. I don't see why not.
All right, fight. Your toast.
The only problem is I can't see it.
I'm going to put it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see. I can't. Milton, get off of the keyboard, please. You silly Milton. Look at that fluffy, the tail. The Milton is a black menace.
He is.
He's beautiful. He's a pretty cat, though. You're very beautiful. Oh, you calm down? Okay. Let me see if I can bring this in. All right, we'll just.
I'd probably get rid of the chat for Bill too. That might make it better for you.
Get rid of the chat?
Well, the thing at the bottom there. That way, when you put it on the screen.
Okay. Let's see. Is it raining? I think
just
I'm getting rain.
But
I don't see any water coming out of the roof, so it must not be raining that hard. Okay, let me get the video. I think it's raining. Wow. That's good.
I hear something on your end.
Yeah, I can hear it over here.
Like it's hitting the window or something.
That's what it is. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Oh, helps if you click the right directory. There we are. Let's see.
Fight! Your toast, duck! Quack you! Quack! Miss me! Ha! Break it up! Down you go! Quack!
Oh my goodness.
That's funny.
Milton.
Barry, you're a genius.
You're a black menace. And it is a Muscovy duck. Yes, definitely raining. That's unusual. Hopefully I don't lose power or internet. You want to say hi, Milton?
Do you usually lose internet or power when it rains?
He's a Milton. Say hi, Milton. You're a winner, aren't you?
Hey, Milton. His eyes are going in the back of his head. Like, oh, God, here I am again.
Yeah, it's pouring down rain. I'm surprised. Well, that's good. That gives me an excuse. No one's going to come to my door when it's raining. All right.
And yeah, Barry, I agree with Pineapple. It was actually a very good video. Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Just like any of your other videos. And don't forget, Barry, send it to Mitch too, because that way he can show it on his morning.
Oh, yeah. That'll pop up in the morning. Let me see if I can find Coffee Link. I love Kills Paint. Yeah, Kills Paint. That's right. Necessity Moly Fuller. That's right. My cats don't eat fruits. Well, my cats don't eat fruits either, but the ducks do. Okay. And let's see. I always wondered if the Cheetos that I used to eat, the powder mess is addictive. I don't even know how anybody ate it. They smell terrible and they taste awful. Yes, here in South Florida, right? Even the ducks don't want to ruin their physique with ultra processed fake food. Yeah, that's true. You know what ducks always go for first is the meat and the bugs. If you throw some meat down in duck food, they grab the meat first. So even a duck isn't stupid.
Did I ever tell you the story about the McDonald's hamburger bun?
Where the birds wouldn't eat it?
Yeah. Okay, so I did.
Seagulls?
Yeah, I figure if anybody I've told, it's probably you.
Well, maybe not everyone heard it.
Well, that's true. Okay, so I was at in a drive-through in the parking lot eating a burger, and I didn't really ask for the burgers to be without the bun, so I just took the burgers and then ate that, and then took the bun and threw it out to the seagulls, and the seagulls actually like picked it up for a second and then pretty much spit it out.
That's pretty bad.
Which is kind of ironic because seagulls are known to eat bread, so
Yeah.
like I guess this to them was not bread. And
that's right. I mean, it's pretty bad if a seagull or bird won't eat the bread. It was like a friend of mine had gotten an Impossible Whopper. I'll never forget that, which is the vegan Whopper. He took a couple of bites out of it,
the fake
felt
burger.
sick. Yeah, took a couple bites out and felt sick. So he threw it to the ducks. The ducks ate the bread, the tomato, the lettuce, everything. And guess what part they left behind?
The burger.
The burger.
Or here's a good name for it, the Ferger.
What? What is it, Milton? Are you getting aggressive? What? What's the matter?
He's just telling you that joke was really bad, you know.
Milton, I gave you meat. Did you eat all your meat? Is that what it is? You're a bad pussycat. You're a bad pussycat. Oh, you're so cute. I got your eyes closed while I rub your fur. He likes me. I know that.
Yeah. Well, you do feed him. He
What?
he probably likes anybody that gives him food.
Maybe. Play the video again, Sam. Well, we could definitely do that. All right. Come on, buddy.
Who's Sam?
I don't know. Where is Sam?
Fight! You're toast, duck! Quack you, quack! Missed me! Ha! Break it up! Down you go! Quack! No, there!
All right, not to be mean, but why does it look like the duck is wearing a diaper?
Yeah. It does, doesn't it?
Or hear that, or like tidy whities, like he's like gonna, like he's like missing a wife beater or whatever.
The Scovy duck. That's funny. Let's see here. What do we got? All right. I just cleaned Spanky's litter box, the highlight of my day. You know what I do? When I clean the litter box for Milton, guess what I do with what I take out of it?
Use this poop gas?
That's right. I put it into the poop gas tank.
It didn't really take me that long to figure that out. I just
How many other carnivores cook with poop gas?
The diaper duck episodes, okay.
Diaper duck. Baby Huey. Diaper duck. That's it. Yeah, and speaking of gadgets, you ever seen one of these?
Cell 2 jack. I think I have, but it's been a while.
This is a Bluetooth adapter you can use with your cell phone service to hook up a rotary phone. I found this some clean out. I actually used it. Thought it was kind of interesting. Okay. They need to sponsor my show. That's what they need to do. Get everybody with a rotary phone.
You have a lot of things that you promote, but they never sponsor you.
That's right. Nobody ever gives me anything for it. Ooh, all the disgusting stuff people consume is incredible. I can't believe we live in such a low quality society. Well, that's why people look the way they do and act the way they do. If we were in a high quality society, people would be generally healthy and would be in good shape.
Yep.
And there'd be a lot of doctors out of business.
I agree.
Rick, I'm not that talented. Okay. All right, let's see here. Hello, everyone. Hi, Rick. I'm listening, but outside, so I can't read the chat. just thought I'd pop in and click. Yeah,
Anytime.
absolutely, Jackie. Glad that you have dropped in. And Sandy loves it with the Muscovy duck getting knocked out. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we talked a little bit about the crypto sparatus, whatever, salad parasite. I talked about the interview with Bella and Maggie.
Right.
What else has been going on? Do you see anything new in the carnivore community, Thomas, or is it pretty just basic?
For me, it's pretty basic. You know, I just go with the flow for the most part. If I see something on, you know, I've been actually going off the TV for a while, off the computer, and just either going outside or watching my just watching different content on like Paramount, like Star Trek and stuff like that, or like different movies and stuff, just to kind of get away from the, you know, not that I don't love everybody. I just sometimes you have to change pace a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Only one cookie with cat ass.
But yeah, nothing really new. You know, I mean, there are people that I will look for automatically. Like I'll look for your morning channel. You know, I'll be like, okay, you know, Rick's been on. Like, oh my God, Rick's on. He's been on for an hour and a half. Let me go on and tease him. You know,
right.
Or you know, I was kind of expecting Jonathan to be here too, but
he was here.
Yeah, I figured he's here in the morning, but I figured he had to lay down or something. So
well, I think he's getting ready. They're going to be going out to buffet. Joe and Jonathan.
Oh, he's at the British meetup or something like that, isn't he? Or...
No, he's at Joe's place. His girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That must be good. They are a pretty good couple together.
They seem to be. They seem happy.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
Good. I'm happy for both of them.
Yeah, some people do well with, you know.
Now 2-hour drive. That's
true.
Yeah, but
you do it when you can.
It seems like they make it work, and you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes you have to, like, you know, when things change, you just deal with it when it comes to that, you know, and you just work with what's working right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it made me sound a lot older than I am. So
well, that's it. Just remind me about the Bluetooth radio transmitter I have, which I could use come this Thursday. Well, I'm glad that I reminded you of something which is useful. And we have all the emojis here. And it's Liz. Look at that.
Hey, Liz.
Morning. Did you see our little live last Tuesday?
I checked it out. Again, you know, I saw only parts of it. I didn't see the whole thing, but you know, which is not an insult to anybody. It's just, you know, but I have noticed that you've been on with her lives for quite a bit. Is that something that's new coming out? Like, are you going to be doing that every week, or?
I don't know. It seems like I've been invited back. I'm surprised because usually after the first time I've invited, I think most people try to avoid me, but evidently
it feels, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like your third or fourth time in a row.
It is
being on there. So, you know, I think it's a good concept because, you know, here you have the scientific mind, and then here you have the Rick mind,
which is a combination of science and quackery.
Yes, exactly. So it's scientific quackery. So, she says that Rick is a co-pilot. Yeah,
there you go.
I mean, you're sort of a co-pilot for Russ. Why not for Liz?
That's true.
You know?
Again, it all depends on who it is, because I just, wherever I'm invited, I go, and where I'm not invited, I don't go. And that's what it is. Let's see.
No one's really asked me that question. They just make their own assumptions, Bill.
Jonathan and Joe are a cute couple. Yes, they are. And so we have a hello to Liz. See, everybody kind of knows everyone. And she says, hey, everyone. Cute couple. Yes. Joe and Jonathan. They both start with the same two letters.
You know, it's funny. And Jonathan, you know, I'm not saying this to be insulting or anything like that. It's just an observation. But to me, like, I see Jonathan, and he tends to be very serious at times. I don't know if anybody can agree with that. And then Joe is very jovial, right? So those two combinations together kind of reminds me of Archie and Edith Bunker.
That's funny.
Am I wrong?
I could see it somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You have a question there?
Yeah, well, I already just answered it. But like I said, they really don't even I don't really wear this hat every day. I mean, the hats I wear every day are the three that you normally see. Is that one from Dr. Nelson, my Target Prime rib hat, and then the American flag hat. The other hats are more display than anything, but those three hats were in the other room, and I to come on here, I was like, okay, I don't feel like going in the other room, so I just kind of grabbed this hat.
I don't wear hats because they just slide off. Too much lard.
Yeah. And I would love to go on, Liz. Just let me know.
I see Bella Girl likes that, as you mentioned. And I was in Jonathan's chat. Okay, there we go. Hey, as long as you're catching it, Jonathan's chat is perfectly fine. All the comments come here anyway.
Yeah.
What is this?
And Jonathan, I hope I didn't give Barry another meme to do with you and Joe at the piano playing.
We have to get you on Thomas in a panel that doesn't end in slugs.
That I don't get. What does that mean? That doesn't end in slugs? Like what's?
We had somebody that popped in there pretending like they want to chat, and then they put some weird video.
Oh, like what happened with Bob when they put the
yes, like that. With Bob and his African escapade.
Well, that actually brings on an interesting topic. I wasn't on, but I was in the chats yesterday, and somebody was trying to get on Barbara's channel yesterday. I'm not going to name names, but somebody was trying to get on Barbara's channel, and she blocked him from the channel. And I find it kind of weird that YouTube will still allow him to try to be on the panel. Like he can still click to be on the panel, or she can still click to be on the panel, but yet she's blocked from commenting in the chats. Well, to me, if you're going to block a person, it should be fully blocked.
Yeah, but it's a different platform. If they're clicking the panel, that's a
no. I get that. No, I get that. Or let me rephrase that. I get that now. But it just seemed weird to me. It's like, how is that person able to knock on your door? Now, another question I had too is she has already announced a few times that she will not put you on if you keep your screen black. She needs to see who you are because she had that incident with the child coming on.
Right.
And he's like trying to go on with the screen black. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, you already know she's going to say no to you because you're not showing your face. You're not showing her that you're not a 10-year-old girl. Or a duck.
Yeah, that guy was a slug, right? There's been some strange characters that pop on. I had a resident troll for a while, but it seems to have disappeared. So I'm not sure what happened with that.
Yeah, I haven't heard from who in a few.
Yep. Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
I think it just runs its course. They give up. It's just a waste of time. You can't.
But he lasted a long time for someone that just runs their course. See?
That's true. He, she, or it.
Yeah.
Wear a hat, mostly ships I've worked on.
The only person that probably lasted maybe longer, but that's because he changed his name and let us know what his name change was the guy that did the Homestead How.
Yeah, the fake one.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. I just said the link for a drop-in kind of thing. I told Dave to drop in if he has time between interviews. So there you go. Okay, let's see. Yeah, well, who's the Arabic writing coming from? I've got some weird comment. I'm not sure what's going on here. Serious.
Well, there's a person in the chats that's like, oh, yeah, there it is. Doing a lot of lot of symbolism. Yeah, emojis. Let me see what it actually looks like in the, because I'm actually watching this from StreamYard, seeing the chat.
Yeah. I am too. I have YouTube on the other monitor.
Yeah,
Actually,
me too.
where am I YouTube?
On the other tab.
I guess Milton took me off of YouTube because it's not there anymore. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? No, it's still there.
Don't you love how your cat has that much power?
That's true. It must be coming from Jonathan's channel because it's not on mine. But that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's
I
see.
forgot about it. And I didn't put my channel up on here because I didn't want to interrupt with. I didn't feel like taking off my Nightbot.
Right. Any smoky air? Okay.
And I figure, yeah, you have more people and everything, but pretty much everybody that's on here with you is pretty much on with me. So
Yeah, exactly. We all
yeah.
kind of know each other.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably maybe one or two that don't know.
Yeah, we get new people once in a while. They are spamming emojis. Okay.
Well, I don't think Tim is on. I don't think Tim is on mine, and neither is this other. Well, definitely the guy that's Arabic is definitely not with me, and Steve McAvoy I don't think is a viewer of mine. I mean, I could be wrong. I apologize.
I'm going to go to Jonathan's channel. If it's coming from his channel, I can disable that user. That's not a problem.
Right.
Let me see.
Well, do you feel he's doing anything really horrible or no?
I don't know. See what it looks like. Let me see. I can't. Why can't I get in here? This is weird. Okay. All right. It's got to be here somewhere. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, well. I'll try again. Sometimes the computer doesn't cooperate.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it. It's on the Oh God, he has a lot of stuff that's on here. It's like, holy crap. He is on Jonathan's channel, but on the short end, on the yeah, and go all the way to the bottom. You'll see like a crap load of nothing but memes.
Right. Okay, let's see. All right, we'll just. Okay.
All right.
That should fix that.
Looks like you got it. Yep.
Yeah. I just, I'm trying to do 10 things at once. I'll get it. It just takes up extra space. I don't know I don't understand what's the point of it. It doesn't make sense. Oh, well. Who knows, right? Okay, so let me go back over here. Trying to figure out why is this not working. Very interesting. So there's been a lot of interesting videos this week. I know in the carnivore community. I know that Dr. Baker had made a video about the reason why they don't want people to eat meat. But I do think that the main reason why the system doesn't want people to eat meat is because they just don't make as much money off of it.
I think this is definitely a part of it. Yeah. I agree with you.
7:20. That's tomorrow, right?
7:20.
Yeah.
But for not the time now. Now it's 10:44.
Dr. Kiltz, let's see. Scheduled for 7:20. It gave me a notification that said live meat stock, horse meat stock. That was a while ago. I hear a beeping sound.
Not me.
Must be something in the neighborhood. Huh. That's weird. Hold on a second. Let me see what that is. Hey, Mr. Milton.
So how's everybody doing? Yeah, probably, Steve. It's probably aliens. I mean, Rick's been visited by aliens before, so why not now? That's a good question. Bob, are you doing a recipe?
Okay, let's see. That was a Federal Express truck down the street.
Hello,
Okay.
Aaron.
Where did that go?
What?
There we go. Where did my StreamYard? Oh, there it is. StreamYard window had somewhat disappeared.
Wait, Jack, you never saw that one? Where Rick's visited by an alien?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
on.
Jackie just said that she's like, what? Okay, gotta hear the alien story.
Let's see. Do you have terrazzo floors? Yes, I do. And when I build my new home, I'm going to have to make a video of how I make terrazzo floors.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what exactly is terrazzo? Is that just the name of the company, or is it?
No, it's basically what it is. You take rock chips, marble chips, river rock, whatever, and then you mix it with cement. Just like if you're going to make a cement mix, and you pour it and you spread it out all over the floor and you let it dry. Then you get a concrete grinder after a few days when it's all dry. You put water on the floor and you push this grinder around, and what it does is shaves off the top of the concrete and exposes the stones.
Oh, that sounds cool.
I'm sure some of the commercial buildings you've seen it.
I'm sure I've seen it. I just never knew what it was. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It was common in houses here, but they stopped doing it in like the 1980s. I don't know why. They started putting that ceramic tile crap.
Well, is ceramic tile cheaper or no?
Well, ceramic tile actually costs more, but I think they just sort of lost the ability to do the terrazzo.
Right.
It's cheaper. Terrazzo's
yeah,
cheaper.
I was just thinking like, could it be like profit margin, type thing?
It could be. But maybe Milton is running a backhoe.
Yeah.
Well, that's possible, but Milton is sitting right here looking at me with two big yellow eyes, blocking my view to the other monitor.
Oh, yeah, he's like Professor Xavier. He's like, or Jean Grey. He's just thinking and just getting the backhoe.
Gotta hear the alien story. That's a video Barry Simon made. I don't have it in my file, but Mitch has shown it on his channel.
Yeah.
Found out the average doctor could be a millionaire between ages 40 and 45. Interesting. If everybody was like me, they'd be broke.
Tim's like Tom is alone. Always.
Yeah, let's see. They want us weak and soy boy. They want us to be subservient to the powers. See, Tim, that's right. What he's saying is right. They don't want us active. They don't want us knowledgeable. They want us easy to manipulate. It's like, cattle, for example. You don't want the cattle aggressive.
Nope.
Otherwise, they'd be raising bison. But instead, they've bred the cattle to be docile and just graze all day. Makes sense.
Go with the flow.
Soy has the same molecular structure as estrogen. Yes, it does. You're absolutely right. Rick, do you have any patients in the duck hospice? Pate incoming. No, not now. Until I put my truck back together, I don't have the room for the executive suite. But don't worry, if I ever get the time to put my truck together and it's running, I'm going to clean out the executive suite. I'll be reinstalling the duck pond and the fountain, as well as all the plants and all the goodies and the roach farm. You can be sure I'll be having 3 roach farms going. So I'll be feeding them duck food and cockroaches, and they get nice and fat. So foie gras, so cool. It's on the menu. Let's see. The age of millionaire doctors.
Is that when you're going to start like doing quack stock and stuff?
Yeah. Well, that's what I want to do. I figure once I move, I have a place to do it. I want to have, I'll have a flock of ducks that hang around the house, and then we'll have a competition to see who can catch the duck first. And then that way, we'll catch the duck and we'll cook it up. So what I'll do, I'll fatten up a whole bunch of ducks and I'll turn them loose in an area. They got to be real fat so they can't fly. And then we'll have a contest to see one person at a time who can catch the duck the fastest. And the person that catches the duck the fastest gets to select the duck of their choice, which we will process into a delicious Muscovy duck meal for that individual.
I'll tell you right now, if I was to catch a duck, I'd probably just eat the one I caught.
Well, that's true, but the thing is, yeah, that's true. Usually the fatter one is going to be the better one.
It's like, well, I caught this one, but I like him over there better.
But they taste better when they're not stressed. If you chase them, they're going to have high adrenaline, and the meat's going to be not as good. So what you do, you have your contest, and then during the day, you say, well, which duck do you want? I want that one. And you get a net and grab them. You put them in the executive suite, and you let them get fat. Put a couple of females in there to keep them happy. And then you remove the females, and then you undo the duck guillotine, and then you place your duck food on the other side of the guillotine. And as soon as you pull the pin out, Ducky sticks his head through the guillotine.
Well, could I, sounding greedy, could I have the duck I caught and also the duck that I choose?
I guess. we'll make sure we
okay,
have
well, this one's a little stressed, doesn't taste as good, but I'm getting this one of choice.
Yeah. Well, once I live in the country, I want to keep at least 100 ducks at all times.
Right.
And then when you have that many ducks, they tend to breed very quickly. So we'll have to have quack stock every year.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're going to have chickens too and stuff.
It's going to be interesting. I think if I did that, I would be interested to see who would come down here. Now, we have several carnivores in Florida. You got Mitch. You got, who's another famous carnivore? Dr. Baker, Dr. Kiltz. And then the rest of us that are in Florida come
Peter,
down.
You have. I'm sure Peter.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. And John.
It's probably a drive for both him and Mitch, but I'm sure he'd still visit.
John Laspina, Dr. Nelson. There's a bunch of people in Florida.
Isn't Florida? Kathy in Florida.
Sandy's in Florida.
Says it right there in her name.
Yeah.
Sandy.
So anybody that'll come down will have quack stock. Quack stock will be free, and you don't have to worry. I mean, you just got to figure out a place, stay nearby, drive to quack stock, have your get together, and go back home.
When I have enough money, I'll definitely come and visit.
Hopefully, I'll have a guest house, or I'll get some trailers or something. Everybody can hang out for the full quacked experience.
If I have to, I'll just sleep in the car. That's
There you go.
I'll just make sure, since I have a choice of whatever car I want, since I don't have one, I'll just get one that's big enough to.
Quack stock will have to be in the wintertime because the summer here is brutal. Have to be November, December, January, February.
It's a little hot there. I agree with that.
But winter's nice. Once you get away from the summer, you don't have all the mosquitoes. That's people used to come here from up north in the winter, and they'd leave for the summer. Before the air conditioner, nobody lived here year round unless they were really poor. But I think it'd be kind of nice. It'll be unique. You won't have.
And most of the people that live there probably came from New Jersey. It seemed like everybody, like they'd be here in the summer, and then in the winter they'd go to Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Homestead Air Force Base had it. Terrazzo was common. Nobody does it anymore except for expensive buildings. They still do it. I know the Publixes usually have terrazzo floor, but I'm the only poor person that'll have it. Ceramic tile won't stain or yellow, but if you chip ceramic tile, it's impossible to fix. Carnivore meal prayer. Oh, from Carnivore. Give us this day our daily beef and forgive our cheat meals as we forgive those who tempt us with donuts. Lead us not into the bakery, but deliver us from seed oils. That's funny. The thing is some people you can't tempt with bread, like me. I'm not a duck. Quack, quack.
No, you're the duck man, but you're not a duck.
That's right. Terrazzo floor is very popular in U.S. Navy ships. I didn't know that. Let's see. If everyone went carnivore, General Mills would go out of business overnight. That is very true. General Mills would have to start making animal feed. Just like in Soylent Green.
And so would Post and Kellogg's.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see that movie Soylent Green?
No, I heard talked about the other day. I forget where I heard it, where I saw it.
It's supposed to be New York City in the future. And then I remember they had a commercial for that. They used to say on a robotic voice, "What is the secret of Soylent Green?"
Oh, I remember. I remember where I saw it. It was on with Kiltz, Alia, when it was in the chats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you were there too, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I saw in the comments, and I saw the
I believe
Soylent
Green is on YouTube as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Spent my
You can
millions.
see a lot of movies on YouTube if you.
Yeah, it's true. Milton will give a duck a black eye. Yes, Milton will do that.
It's people. Yeah, I definitely have to see that. That's, a little spoiler alert, but yeah, I gotta definitely see it.
It's got Charlton Heston in it. Grease the ducks before you release them. Oh, that'd be funny. Put a bunch of lard on the ducks. Okay, try to catch the duck. The duck's running all over the place, sliding all over. Whack, whack.
Yeah. And Juju just mentioned it. She mentioned it on Kilts. So, yeah.
And besides Quackstock, you have Iguanacon.
Yes. So you got two different avenues there.
Right. Yeah. And then if I did have a convention, I would call it Quack Your Health. I choose Howard the Duck. That's like the Mitch of ducks, the duck with a big cigar. I'll have Donna Bacon runner. Rick, I love the little duckies. I could never hurt a duck. DC has a cute pet duck. That is true. But when they get big, they're not so cute. They're cute when they're little. When they get big, they're kind of aggressive. They'll steal the cat food. I'm like 6 hours from Rick. There you go. You'll be closer when I move. Since tons of people are crapping their brains out across the country, I did a video on the cyclospora outbreak. I had a lot of fun with it because, well, it's about food. Yeah, right? I think I saw that. I commented on it too. And there's Erin. I wonder where you were.
Yeah, I've seen her a couple times. She actually said hello before.
Human dog rally there. Human grade duck jerky. Well, that's interesting. Never heard of that product. Let's see. Quackstock 2026. Can I bring my fishing rod? Yes, but you may catch a steel-belted radial on that canal.
Well, I mean, whatever works.
Soylent Green is people.
we all have our certain appetites.
I'm surprised someone has not seen Soylent Green.
Yeah, well, I I'll watch it soon. I just
Soylent Green is people, the best line. That's right. That was Charlton Heston saying that.
So that's got to be an old movie then.
Oh, yeah. It's from the 70s, I think. Yes, I love Soylent Green. Well, there you go. Hey, but at least Soylent Green was carnivore, right?
That is true. It's true.
Funny
you cannot deny cannibals are definitely Soylent Green.
They call it Soylent Green. So, in other words, you think it's made from soybeans, but it's actually people. Soylent Green is people. Westworld is on YouTube. That's right. I remember seeing that back as a kid in the 1980s on TV.
Oh, yeah, Westworld?
Yeah. Where they're robots. It's sort of like a tourist attraction.
Mm-hmm.
We just spoiled Soylent Green. Well, you have to see it. It's a classic movie, yes. I'm going to make 10 pounds of meat sticks. Well, there you go. Yeah, on YouTube, I'm going to look on YouTube and see if Soylent Green... Let's see, Soylent Green. Oh, where's my keyboard?
And Liz, I don't understand how we spoiled Soylent Green. Just because I think that it's people.
1973. Okay, that's right.
I was one when it came out. Wow.
Soylent Green. Let's see. Soylent Green. Huh. Soylent Green is people.
10 pounds of meat sticks. Sounds good, Wisecracker.
All right. Very annoying. Let me see. Okay. There we go. All right. Huh. Oh, we have a very special celebrity guest who dropped in. So let's add our mystery celebrity guest and see what happens.
Oh, wow.
Hey, wow, I got in I got in. I'm going to take a second, and I want to put my phone on a tripod so I don't have to hold it. And I get rid of the audio in the background. And give me a second, guys. Hi, Thomas. Hello, Rick. Hi, everybody.
Hello, Mitch. Take your time. We're glad to have you here. See, we're just talking about high-end celebrity carnivores.
Oh, give me a break, will you? my whole entire goal is to be as popular on this platform as you and Thomas are. So, you know, I'm just coming in here to be among the celebrities. Okay, let's put this up on the tripod. Turn it sideways.
There we go.
There we are. Just the height. Okay. Okay. How's everybody this morning?
Very good.
Doing good.
Good. Good. God, the technology is wonderful. It's working. Okay, I can hear you.
Print this all together.
Yeah.
Super. Thomas, I watched a little bit of your impromptu live stream yesterday with Juliet.
Yes. Yeah,
I'll tell you,
cool.
I noticed one thing different about you on that. You know, Thomas, I'm always here to help you out.
Yeah, I know.
You were happy as a clown, man. You were just smiling from ear to ear the whole thing, and you look like a different person because you're so happy and content. It's a good look for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It felt good. You know, it was great having her in there. Yeah, I mean, the visit was a couple hours, so it wasn't long, but it was still good. You know, I'm sure you feel the same way when you have people visit you and stuff like that. You know.
Oh
like,
yeah, when Danny came over, Danny from Boston came to visit me. It was a joy. It was such a joy. And Mike Seeley once a week comes and we spend a couple hours puffing on a cigar, talking about all the things wrong with the world.
Yeah.
But no, it's great. It's a shame we don't all live in the same city, and we can't just make this a weekly thing.
The Carnivore Dome, basically, and just being like in the city of, you know.
I'm going to try to. It may screw things up, but I'm going to try to put my earbuds in and see if I can hear you guys better, and it doesn't screw up everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can hear you. How about me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, well, I could always hear you, but can you hear me better?
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it changed. I didn't know if it changed microphones to the earbuds.
Oh.
But it did connect, and I can hear you guys great. That's much better. Okay. Okay. So I got things stuck in my ears now. The reason that I just now at this late in the game came to your stream was that I did something this morning that I wasn't able to do a couple days ago. I watched the Cholesterol Code movie on YouTube.
Oh.
Okay. It is available, no charge. Anybody can watch it. I tried to go see it with Kiltsey, but we never made it. And I figured, why do I even want to bother watching it? Because I was convinced that there would be no surprises in that movie for me, because I've been following Dave Feldman, and I've been, for years and years, and I've been on a similar journey for decades of trying to figure out the best diet and its effects on our health. And I've been, I think one of my first Google searches, way back when Google first started, I remember it. I typed cholesterol hoax, because I've always had high cholesterol, and the doctors have always told me it's going to kill me, and I never believed them. So I watched it today. It was without a doubt the best produced documentary in our space. I haven't seen Healing Humanity yet, but I'm sure that's right up there. But everybody should see this movie. And now that it's free on YouTube, I'm going to put, tomorrow morning when we do the live stream, I'll put a link to it in the chat. But even if everybody sees it, guys, the people that need to see it are not going to see it.
Of course not. Of course not. It's going to be the people.
And I'm not just talking about the great unwashed in our country. The 99.9% of people that think we're crazy. I'm thinking about the nurses, the doctors, the dietitians, and the people that are front line killing us with their recommendations, most often thinking they're doing the right thing because they don't know any better.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we need to do is figure out a way, if we're ever going to change anything, to kidnap these people. Like a black SUV drives up and two guys get out with a black bag, throw it over their head, throw them in the SUV, take them to a movie theater, strap them into the seats, pin their eyeballs open with toothpicks, put a thing on their head that makes them not able to look away, and force them for an hour and a half to watch this movie. And then somebody needs to get on the stage and say to them, okay, here's the reality of it. Shame on you if you don't at least consider it and investigate it on your own further. If we do that with every medical professional in this country, chances are that maybe 3 to 4% of them will learn something. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is.
Well, sometimes you got to hit somebody with a 2x4 more than once in order for them to even get it. So
yeah. It's so frustrating. We come on, we're just average people. We don't have all the credentials. We're not doctors, but it's very frustrating. And I watched that movie and I looked at it from all angles, like I always do, being a cinematographer and a photographer. The movie was so well produced and so easy to follow and so logical in its conclusions and so careful not to make blanket recommendations like nobody should take a statin. Dave is very, very realistic, and my kudos go out to him. And I'm going to be pushing that link for people to go watch it. But
good.
Everybody should be, if they can, and they really want to do some good, in addition to preaching to the choir like we all do, they should be insisting that their doctors somehow get your doctor to watch this. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
But if your doctor won't even take you seriously enough to say, I'll look into it, and you have some idea, you need to fire that clown. You're better off with no doctor than a doctor like that. But what do I know?
No.
Well, the thing is, the only way that this information is going to get out there is if people put it out there where it's easy to get to. And I'm admitting that I don't really have the time. I can barely keep up with the YouTube videos from the people I know. And I've been so busy lately thinking, man, I'd like to watch the movie, but when would I get the time to do it? Every time I sit down to look at some media, I'm thinking, I got a list of things to do that's that long. And I never ask anybody to do it. I always do it myself. So I always run out of time. Next thing you know, it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I don't even have a job, really.
Exactly. I mean, in this week, I've done electrical, plumbing, plastering. I did a clean out. I've been working to get that apartment done. I almost got it done. The only thing left to do is the finishing. As of yesterday, air conditioning has been changed. Plumbing's fixed. Electrical's fixed. Change the light fixtures. Change the doors. Everything's all done. And now it's just the little details.
Well, there's only one remaining question, Rick, that is on the forefront of all of our minds. What are you going to do with all that money that you earned?
I paid my lease to the government. That's what I do.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
That's funny.
But yeah, it's constant. The only good thing is, it's like I told a friend of mine, and they said, where did you learn all this stuff? Did you go to school for it? No, I did not. The only thing I went to school for is to get a degree in electrical engineering, which is what I got. Everything else I learned by doing. When you learn from the establishment, you learn what they want you to learn. You have to be able to look around and figure out things. And I think critical thinking is the key. People are still being scammed. One of my customers, she's going to get scammed because she is convinced that there's a unit that she can buy and put it in her room that's an air conditioner. And I told her, I said, where does the heat go? Oh no, you put it in the room and it cools the room.
It cools it down. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't know the second law of thermodynamics? No.
Well, people don't, Rick, and I'm proud of the fact, and I brag about the fact, and you more than anybody would appreciate. I take great pride in the fact that I have no formal education in anything. I have no engineering degree. I have 1 year of college, which I walked out of because it was a useless waste of my time. And everything in my life that I've learned, everything I've learned myself on my own. And I'm still not highly regarded by the average, human race as being an educated or even a smart or knowledgeable man. But I'm proud of the fact that I didn't sit through mindless hours of somebody else feeding me their propaganda. And that's the problem with the medical education. These people sit through 10, 12 years of that. Ask any dietitian how much fatty meat you should eat. Yeah.
Right.
And that's where our problem is. But you know, you know who else doesn't have a lot of education formally? Bill Gates, Steve Jobs.
Right.
Oh, they think they do. They think their money bought it for them.
Well, how'd they get the money in the first place?
Yeah.
How did they get the money? They learned what they needed to learn, and they were right. They were right, and they went against what everybody else told them they should do.
The thing is, one of the biggest talents that people need to be successful in business is to be able to relate to other people, to understand how they think, to try to understand how to communicate with them. That stuff is not taught in school. In fact, school never teaches you how the monetary system works. It never teaches you how to start a business. It doesn't teach you public relations. The only thing is it tells you you need to be in your seat at this time. You need to do this. You need to do that. If you don't do what I tell you, you're going to get punished. And that's really what it is. So the school system doesn't really encourage any kind of innovation. It's more like you learn from me and you do what I tell you or else.
Yeah, and the one thing they don't teach you in any schools is how to think. They just teach you stuff. They teach you facts, and you have to be able to parrot it back to them. What have you really learned? What information have you figured out that is anything more than that teacher learned and their teacher learned and their teacher before them? And that's the education system. And it's a big problem. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? We all do the best we can for ourselves. Then we become, as Kilty says, the best quality fertilizer we can be.
And it's actually interesting because the way the education system, the legal system, and all of them, they all seem to work on some kind of precedent. So when there's an error, it's like when you're pressing panels for a car and you get a nick in the mold. Every time that you hit another one, that error goes with it. And they don't want to correct it. They just keep going around the edges. And the error that's right there, it gets worse over time because it builds on itself. If you don't constantly keep rearranging things in a way that works, you're going in a direction. Next thing you know, you're off the cliff and you're starting to go down like the Wile E. Coyote, and you're looking around, well, everything's fine. And then next thing you know, bam, it just all collapses. Every civilization has its beginning, it has its peak, and it has its decline. And this is a problem. All these systems are all credentialed. They're all based on precedent. They don't allow people to think independently. They say, no, we've got it all figured out. Trust the science. And then inevitably, it always fails.
To illustrate your point, it fails because those people that have profited from, earned a living from, acquired their reputations and legacy from the perpetuation of this, more often than not, false and illogical information, are in power and control the pipelines of our news, our information. And that's why we're subject to the propaganda. So I'm watching the cholesterol code movie.
Right.
And they got to the point where they got the results of the second round. And most people maybe don't know this yet, but they had 100 people who were lean, what they called them lean mass hyperresponders, people with astronomical cholesterol levels like mine, which runs around 400 LDL. And they did the best available imaging, the CT angiograms, the CAC scores, when they first started, and then a year later, they redid it. And to see if being on a low carb or ketogenic diet for more than 5 years caused any heart disease. Because if you're running around there claiming that having a high LDL, and they consider a high LDL like 130, 140, imagine 500. You're guaranteed. It has to. There's no way you could not be getting clogged arteries. I don't care who you are, what you do. You know, we are telling you that LDL causes atherosclerosis. The Dr. Budoff, who did the studies and also compared the lean mass study to the Miami Heart study to see if cholesterol played any difference in the results in otherwise healthy human beings. They were slated to speak at the annual American Heart Association meeting and present the results to the entire world and cardiology community. They were all excited. They went to the conference, and the American Heart Association canceled their presentation. They didn't think it had any validity about anything, and instead they presented a study of one person, a case study of one person who claimed to be a lean mass hyperresponder and had a heart attack. That was what the cardiologists heard, not this study that Dave Feldman did, crowdfunded with no agenda whatsoever, searching for the truth. The American Heart Association would not allow this to go public. Right. And that's the problem. And that's what needs to be pointed out to people if you get anybody that's willing to listen. I actually felt my blood pressure rise when I got to that part of that movie. And that's the problem we're facing. So what we do is we have our own little group of a few hundred people, and we're gonna control our own lives, and we're gonna be healthy based on common sense, anecdotal evidence, and the rest of the world is just going to kill themselves. And what's new?
Yeah, that's all we can do, right?
Yeah, I guess. And none of us are getting rich at it, are we, Rick?
No. I have to work like a slave to make money, going out in the heat and all that. I'm not getting money off of this.
Well, I found a way to work for toys, which seems to work pretty good. I'm having fun with it. So you might try that, Rick, review something. I mean,
look, if they knew that I existed, they could send me welders and plasma cutters and a lathe and all kinds of stuff.
It's
I have
true.
a million projects to do.
And you could probably do that. But the problem with that is, in order to get recognized in the first place, you got to buy this stuff yourself and start doing reviews on it. That's what happened to me. I started buying air fryers. Nobody ever gave me anything. And I started putting up these reviews. They get noticed. Now I'm becoming the mobility scooter king. And I just got a FedEx. I got a FedEx notice that I have 2 packages coming next Thursday that weigh 200 pounds.
Wow.
As big as a refrigerator box.
Wow.
Of a high-end electric trike for free.
That's cool. That's cool.
And you're going to see some fun videos about that. I'm going to have to get some help getting it out of the box and everything. So I'm going to call Mike Sealy over to help me. And I think I'm going to make a video entitled "How Two Old Farts Wrestle 200-pound thing out of a box, you know.
There you go.
Oh man, what a
I was
world.
actually thinking about looking into getting an electric trike or whatever on those 3-wheel
Well,
bikes.
they must like your video on the scooters.
Yeah, so
Oh, they do, because if you know anything about sales, Rick, and I know you haven't had a lot of experience in sales, but I have. I mean, all my life in all my businesses, I had to sell my own. You know, I had to make sure that I had customers.
It's a whole different animal. Yeah.
There's a whole psychology to sales that most people miss, and it was put, I don't know, 50 years ago out in sales advice, and I forget who it was. Was it J. Douglas Edwards or Zig Ziglar? One of those great sales trainers said, "Sell the sizzle, not the steak.
Steak.
You sell the sizzle." Yeah, and the videos that most people do when they review these things are all about the steak. They're all about the hardware. Oh, you push this button to do this, and it's got a 600-watt heating element, and it's got a fan, and this and that. And that, you know, you do more by showing a family sitting around or somebody out in the backyard barbecue, enjoying the food and the cooking part of it, and even the appliance kind of falls into the background. But the motivation is that the people want the experience. And that's what sells. And then they'll look at the product to see if it can provide that experience. So my scooter video was fun. Me riding all over the neighborhood. I didn't talk about the scooter. I didn't talk about, you know, how fast it went or the transmission or how the brakes worked or here's how to swivel the seat. Yeah, it's good to put that in there. But the people who need a mobility scooter are only concerned about, will it take me from here to there? And that's what they want to see.
Right.
That's what they want to see. And is it cheap? Is it a good price? So I got a third email from an electric wheelchair company that sells a $2,000 electric wheelchair, begging me to take one of them and make a video about it. Yeah, really. And this is in 2 weeks. And within 2 weeks of me putting out that first scooter video, I'm starting to get these things, you know, 1 or 2 a week. I told that this company also makes a much lighter, foldable, about 40 pounds scooter that would be of more use to me or anybody in my position, because it'd be easier to get it up into the back of an SUV, whereas an 85-pound one is a little much for me to try to lift up by myself. So, and it's made out of carbon fiber and aluminum, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote him back and I said, I don't think a wheelchair would really fit into what my channel's about or my own personal needs and experiences, but I would be interested in that carbon fiber and aluminum scooter. Well, because of the weekend, I haven't had a chance for them in China, where all these people are, to respond to me. But since the scooter costs less than the wheelchair, I would imagine they would jump at it. We'll see. So I made, you know, that picture that Barry made of me with sitting in the front of my house in the driveway, surrounded by used scooters and things.
Yep.
That's more than likely going to come true, I think.
It's like a garage, you know.
Yeah, I don't have a garage. I got a carport, unfortunately.
Well, just make one with all scooters and.
Yeah. How we doing? How many viewers do we have?
I had about 60. Let me double check. Let me go over to YouTube again.
See if I scared them all away.
According to this, you have it looks like 66 and then 41 likes.
I have 66.
Oh, that's great. Great, man. I didn't scare them all away.
No, I think it's the opposite.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about getting a 3-wheel electric because I can't really walk or drive that far, and I thought it would take me, you know, just be able to go a little further out than just the complex.
Well, let me. This company seems very receptive.
Okay.
And they seem to make a great product based on what I've seen so far. Let me get my trike. The one they sent me sells for $1,900. Okay, I mean, this is Rick.
That will
This is
be
now.
also, yes.
This is now getting into the realm of comedy. You know, the boxes are getting bigger, the products are getting more expensive, and but let me make the video. Let me show what kind of relationship
Yeah, no, I'll
that
definitely
I
check that out.
developed,
Yeah.
and maybe I'll make it down the road. Maybe it'd be a month or two from now, and see if I can't introduce you to them,
Oh, that'd be great.
and maybe they might make the same deal with you.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be really cool. I mean, the only issue that I have is my apartment actually, I don't know if you guys understand, but they actually don't allow lithium batteries into the apartment. So like I don't know how I would charge it. Would be the only thing.
Well, you'd never get it into your. You wouldn't be. I don't think you'd be able to get it
No, I
unless
mean
you got a big
actually
elevator. I don't know if you
I actually
get
have
it
my own
inside.
parking space. I actually have my own spot. So
Yeah, but still,
yeah,
you know, you gotta have to get a
I'd have to
cover if
go
somebody's
outside.
going to steal it. Yeah, that would be a logistical
Yeah.
nightmare.
So
But let me tell you something. If you got yourself a mobility scooter, okay, they
mhm,
all have lithium ion batteries,
right.
all of them. They could not
Prevent
make
me from
any
doing it.
regulation unless they can prove they can claim it's a safety. That's one exception to the ADA, and maybe they can, but they'd have to, you know, if you wanted to push them on it, you could probably file a lawsuit against them and make them prove the legitimacy of their safety concerns. How
Yeah.
many apartment houses have burned down because somebody had a mobility scooter? You know,
I
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
hate to think if they tried to make a mobility scooter for someone like me, what it would be. It'd probably be diesel powered.
Yeah, it'd have a Hemi engine in it. You, it's like you'd be like Tim Allen, you know, with his
Yeah.
lawnmowers. Oh man. Well, that in all likelihood, Rick, you'll never need a mobility scooter if you keep doing what you're doing. You're gonna outlive
Right.
all of us.
And
Yeah,
you're like
Well,
that
super
heart
long
attack,
anyway. I don't know how you would maneuver.
that heart attack will never come, much to your own chagrin. More than likely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
more
guess
my
than
you mentioned.
likely.
mobility scooter is a bicycle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's another meme. Rick riding a mobility scooter. This
Maybe
long
Oh,
just
legs
send
like
me a
hanging
bicycle.
over.
yeah, yeah. Rick would, um, the size of that one I have, Rick, it'd be fun. But you would look like a basketball player riding a child's
Yeah.
tricycle on that.
You know, I had to extend the seat way up and I had to extend the handlebars on mine.
Oh, I'm sure you do, because when you ride a bicycle, the most important thing that people don't realize is at the bottom of the stroke on your leg should be almost fully extended.
Mm-hmm.
You want your legs not to the point where you lock your knee, but just shy of that. And
That's
you have
right.
to raise the seat height up. And even me at 5'10", I usually end up, when I have a bicycle, I have to put the seat up almost to its limits in order for me to have that. Because if you're always got your knees bent trying to ride, you're going to work 10 times harder than you need to be.
That's right.
You're not going to benefit from the most powerful part of your muscle is the end of the extension and not getting it started, you know. Same thing with the arms. You know, when you put up your arms, the most powerful part of the stroke is this part.
Right.
It's not the part where you just start moving. That's where it's harder to get it up. Once you get it up, well, the legs work the opposite way. They're designed to push, not pull. So,
Mm-hmm.
at any rate.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I just wanted to stop in and say hi to you. To you
Yeah.
both. I saw Thomas was there, and
Yeah, I gotta.
I'm going to
going
go off and
soon, so.
No, don't go on, Mike. Stick
I'm
a
not
break.
going
I'm going to go off and make my bacon and eggs and get started.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
good.
I gotta go outside because you need that.
Yeah,
Little bit of
you
air.
too.
Yeah,
All right, I
enjoy
will
the
see.
day.
Thanks, and I'll see. I guess I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock somewhere, either on Kils's channel or mine. But we'll be
I
here.
should be here.
All right, Rick. Look forward to
All
it.
right.
Thomas, take care, buddy,
Thanks,
and
man.
everybody out there. I can't see the chat. I don't know who's there, but most of you, I would assume, are my friends. So
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Nice.
All right. And
All right.
yeah, I'll see it too, Rick.
Okay, Thomas, I'm glad you were
I'm sure
here.
if anybody can handle it by themselves, it's you. So
No problem. I mean, I'm going to wrap this up probably within half an hour or so.
okay.
But I'm so glad I got 2 guests. I got my friend Thomas and my friend Mitch, and this is great.
Yeah, and I don't know if you would need a license for a drive.
No,
school.
you don't. You don't need a license
she's
for.
asking out on the road, so I don't know if you're going on.
No,
like,
I mean it's
if
it's
you're
like
going
a
on
wheelchair.
I-95, I'm sure.
It's like a power chair. They don't.
Yeah.
You can't license the thing. It's a mobility device.
No,
It's not
but
a vehicle.
I'm sure that if you're on the main highway, like I-95 or whatever,
Well,
I'm sure the cops will like stop you and be like, why are you in a scooter on the highway?
well, the thing is, if it's an interstate, you have to have at least 5 horsepower and a license.
That's what I mean.
But if you're on the sidewalk, you can ride your mobility scooter. There's nothing that they can do about it.
Well, that's what I-95 is. It's an interstate highway.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, US 1 is okay. But if you can ride a bicycle on it, you can ride a mobility scooter, basically.
Yeah. Well,
now my mobility scooter.
I was thinking about doing the 3-wheeled bike.
If I built a mobility scooter, they'd probably ban the thing because it'd be too noisy and too fast.
Yeah.
Be going 60 miles an hour on a mobility scooter.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I'll just wait and just make sure I have the better shoes and just eventually invest in a car and get my license back and everything.
You'll get it eventually.
Yeah. So, all right.
All right.
I'll see you later on.
All right, Thomas.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So we're back to Mr. Quack. Mr. Quack is going to be wrapping it up pretty soon. Let me see. We have, it looks like 57 people watching right now. So that's good. Not too bad. So let's hit some of these comments. We had some questions and let's see. I skipped over all the comments. You have to be in the bike lane. Yes. Or we're a pedestrian walk. That is correct. That is exactly correct. You have 41 coffee supporters now. Well, I have a lot of good people. That's the thing. Later, Mitch, have a great day. Bye, Mitch. All right. So we have, everybody appreciates Mitch dropping in. I think I saw Mitch in road on his street. Yeah, he lives in a mobile home community. So those are limited travel and it's fine. I mean, if you can go with a wheelchair, you can go with a bicycle, you can go with a mobility scooter. You can go inside buildings with a mobility scooter. In a mobile home park, you drive it like a car. Well, there we go. Rick always on sidewalks when riding his bike. Yes, that's the only safe place to go, and I've never had a problem. Picturing Rick being followed by the coppers with lights and megaphone full over now. The thing about Florida's regulations, it states that pedestrians have the right of way on the sidewalk, which means if you ride your bike on the sidewalk, you have to go around the pedestrians. Now, Tim is another very avid cyclist. He lets them know that they're coming. The problem is here, nobody speaks English. So if you tell them right or left, they're going to step in front of you. And let's see. Jemet says, Rick, we love you and Milton, Miss Kitty and Kittens. And I appreciate that. I'd rather do tangible things to help Rick that offer money I don't have. But thank you, everyone, for supporting my friend sincerely. Yes, I appreciate that. And again, it's all good. I'm not asking anybody for anything, and I never will. You're not going to see me out there begging. People have to ask me to send me stuff because I'm not out there trying to. There's no way that I can make a lot of money from sharing this information, and I don't want to. I went on YouTube to meet people, period. That was it. And when I do that, I get to connect with people like all of you, and I've accomplished what I want to accomplish. And yes, he is. Jonathan is a good friend. And again, I appreciate that. That was my goal. Why do you think I'm still here? If I never would have met anyone on YouTube, I would have left like I did for 10 years. I didn't post a single YouTube video for 10 years. But I'm doing it regularly because I have a lot of YouTube friends. And Milton is over there. Do you have fleas, Milton? He's scratching. I need to get some lard on Milton. Milton, hi. Yeah, you're scratching. I got to get some lard on you. Get rid of any flea. You must have fleas. I'm surprised the fleas haven't gotten me. I mean, Milton sleeps in my bedroom, Probably the kittens outside or Miss Kitty, when they came in, they might have given him fleas. So we need to get rid of Milton's so he doesn't turn into a flea bag, because we want a kitty. We don't want a flea bag. All right. So what do we have here? We have, let me just go over there. Boom. That was funny though. With the video, we're going to get rid of this. Okay. So what else has been happening is what upcoming live streams, what upcoming interesting things do we have? Now let me take a look over here and let's see. Okay. Slides and PDFs. Okay. Extra camera. Well, that's interesting. I haven't tried this before. Share an extra camera. Okay. So, okay, so you can put that in the queue over here and you can click this. Ah, look at that. So I can have both of my cameras. I can have that one and I can have that one. Very interesting. I normally do this through OBS, so it's a little bit different. Let's see what else we have here. Video, image. Okay, that's about it. How do you, where's the browser link on this thing? Where is that? I guess you'd have to run the OBS as a virtual camera. Let me see. Oh. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah. Okay, that's not working. I have this one over here. Let me go back to YouTube. Okay. Well, that doesn't work. All right. Well, anyway, I'll figure this out sooner or later. There are several live streams that you will normally find today. Around 1 Eastern Standard Time, we have Jerry, and I believe Thomas has a live stream today. It's usually, I think, at 4 o'clock. If anybody knows of any other live streams that may be coming up, you might want to let us know. Let's see, we have here. Thanks, Shemet, loyal to the core. Let's set up that call next week. All right. Where's the body cam? Okay. I don't think anybody wants to see that. These long live streams are equivalent of Jerry Lewis muscular dystrophy telethons from before. Rick is our version of Jerry Lewis. Well, there you go. And I do have telephones handy. I have, I think, 5 telephone lines there, different phone numbers that people can call into. So, yeah, I guess that's similar. Yes, DS. There we go. You would be proud of me. Just took home $136 of groceries on my bike. I believe it. I could do that as well. I'll just get my hands on a big slab of meat. I could do that. The most I've ever taken home on my bike was 50 pounds of lard. 50 pounds of lard. And I had that sitting on me because I don't have a basket that'll hold it. So it's sitting on my lap, riding a bike with 50 pounds of lard. And I'm thinking to myself, so this is what it feels like to be overweight. Very interesting. But that's great. And again, I'm sure Tim can let us know. Do you save money riding your bike? I know I do. I save probably $200 a month riding a bike. If I had to put diesel in that big old van to do all the short trips that I did, I'd spend another $200. Instead, I save the fuel for my work. And that's it. That's how I do it. All right. So anyway, let's see how many comments. The comments have slowed down. Well, we have 55 people watching. That's still quite a few for being this late. So we're going to, excuse me, try to wrap this up in time for lunch. I need to get some water while I'm thinking about it. I'll tell you what, let me take a little bit of a break here and get some water, and I'll be right back. So we'll just play this little thing here. Milton, what are you chewing on? Stop that. Unbelievable. That is not a cat toy. You don't eat cords. You silly cat. Okay, why don't I have this? Oh. Helps if you click the right folder, right? There we go. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get rid of this. Where'd the mouse go? Okay, what happened? That's weird. All right, there we go. So anyway, I got myself some water. Okay, let's see what we have here on the comment. Hey, Milton, you have meat. I gave you meat. I have to figure that out. I am painfully shy on camera, has panic disorder with agoraphobia, but maybe phone. You're a good person, friend, sweetest girlfriend. Oh, Milton. Yeah, phone is what I use on my... What? Are you trying to get my attention, Milton? You are a crazy kitty. He doesn't stop. You left a paw print on my camera as well. Look at that. This thing has been... Where's that? That paw print. Crazy kitty. Oh, my goodness. There we go. I've been looking through a cloudy camera thanks to Mr. Milton. There we go. And where's Mr. Milton? He's always there. Look at that. Look at those eyes. That cat will not stop. He's never more than a few feet away. And he's always looking for a way to get my attention. All right, so let's see. Mine felt about 68 pounds. Did you use, do you just carry it like I do, or do you have a carrier? And look at Milton. See that Milton over there by the camera? I think he's trying to give me a hint. Milton, what are you doing? Now you're playing with the monitor. He's using his paw to try to catch me in the monitor. It's funny. Yes. Dollars, baby. Yeah. Inflation is crazy. Rick is the tallest nice pics. Yeah, you see that? You can see me next to Dr. Baker. In fact, Rick looks like you and Sean Baker about same height in pics. Yeah, that's right. I'm slightly taller. Milton, get after it. Let me see. Hold on. Just go over here. Milton. Okay. All right, there we go. I hope you can hear me. Anyway, yeah. See, that's what we look like. I mean, you could tell that I am a little bit taller. Not much, but a little bit taller. We're about the same age. He's about a year and a half older than me. He's in far better shape, but I think I look pretty good for someone of a similar age. Got dark hair. Skinny, but strong. Love the pics. You are a bit taller. Yes, just about an inch. That's all it takes. Which means in the carnivore community, I am the longest duration male carnivore and the tallest carnivore. I am the only carnivore that prefers Muscovy duck as his favorite meat and the only carnivore who eats iguanas on a regular basis. So I have a lot of interesting differences. Okay, now I have a lot to do today, and let's see how the comments are. There's a lot of comments. Wow, did they all just come in? Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah. All right, good. So we're caught up with the comments. I'm also the only one that does a carnivore live stream from a couch, sits like this, and I don't know. There's a lot of unique things on this channel. Okay, let's see. Rick, you are better looking than Baker. You think so? I don't know. Let's take a look at that picture again. I don't think so. Let me see. Let me go back. I am better looking. Okay, hold on. Am I better looking than Baker? I don't think so. Oh, hold on. Okay, we got this one and that one. Oops. What did I just do? Okay. That's one way to figure it out. Oh, all right. That was weird, though. I don't think I've ever... How did that happen? Okay. Oh, come on. Now that's just being silly. Huh. This is interesting. Okay. All right, let me go back over here. Okay. I don't know. I think it's a matter of opinion. But you know what? If you think I look better, I'm not going to argue with you. That's fine. Okay, let's see here. And Peter has returned. As you can see, we're still here. Emmett says, much better looking. Well, there you go. And Liz agrees. Well, that's quite interesting. Rick looks like a Hollywood movie star from the 1950s. Well, that's actually kind of what I was looking for. I mean, I got a cracked tooth. I got a few imperfections like being super skinny, but I think I look halfway decent. And you're right. A lot of those people in Hollywood, they were not super muscle guys. They tended to be lean. Rick was fun as always. I need to go chew on some ice. Well, there you go. You know me. You know what my parents used to say? If you chew on ice, it'll break your teeth. The only tooth that's broken is from a fight I had in junior high. I got this broken before I went carnivore, and it used to be worse. The tooth was broken all the way down. The dentist had fixed it. It fell out a year later. They fixed it again. It fell out. So guess who did the last tooth repair? This guy. I got made fun of my tooth. So in my last year of high school, I fixed it. I used one of those epoxies that's supposed to be very durable. And I, kind of filed it out and put the epoxy in there. Can you believe it lasted until I turned 30? So I was like 18 years old when I fixed the tooth myself, and it lasted until I was 30. Not bad. Not bad. And then I said, forget it. Teeth are crooked, but they're white. They're strong. They have never given me any trouble. I have 2 cavities from before I turned carnivore. I haven't had a cavity since. I think I'm a pretty good example of what the carnivore diet can do long term. Think about it. Out of all the carnivores, I'm the only one that doesn't have a history of chronic health issues, except maybe the Maggie lady. I guess she probably didn't have any problems either. And you can see what carnivore did to her. So it's not so bad. And when I finish the live stream, I'm going to hit some heart attack chicken. I'm going to give myself a nice heart attack. And remember, it's actually quite funny. Liz and I agree. Well, some people just have good taste. Let's put it that way. Yes, he does. Okay, well, that's good, because Peter said that I look like a Hollywood movie star from the 1950s. I also need to cut my hair because, as you can see, it's grown quite long. I have not been able to take care of myself very effectively because I've been so busy. So what I'm going to do is maybe later tonight I will trim my hair. But I give myself my own haircut because I don't want to spend money at the barber and I don't want to be in there. I don't speak English anyway. So let's see. Liz and I agree. All right. So anyway, let me check the remaining people that I haven't scared away. And let's see how many we have. We have, looks like 45 people. So everyone is starting to leave the chat. They know that around between not midnight, just because I got the blinds closed, it looks like midnight. Between noon and 1, I end the live stream. So that's good. And I like your hair a bit long. Looks good. Well, that's interesting. I mean, let's put it this way. How many 58-year-olds do you know that have hair that looks like this? That's actually not too bad. So again, you know what my mom used to say? Don't put lard in your hair. It'll make it fall out. Well, that didn't happen either. And my dad used to suffer with dandruff. He had to use Head and Shoulders shampoo. Guess who's never had dandruff in his life? This guy. Almost none, exactly. Now, you have blonde hair, which is more likely to fall out. That's normal. That's the thing is, if you keep your body in good shape, you have a good physique and you're healthy, and you lose all your hair, it doesn't detract from your looks. That's the one thing that I try to tell people. Well, Rick, how can you say that? You have a full head of hair. That's true. But when you see somebody who's in good shape, in fact, a lot of the bodybuilders don't have hair. I mean, look at Jonathan. I remember when Jonathan had a lot of hair, but he doesn't have it. Does it make him look bad? No, of course not. Nobody cares. I mean, there's a few people that are kind of, I don't know, shallow, and they get mad because they lose their hair. But if you lose your hair and you're still in good shape, you're still going to be attractive. In fact, some women might like you more because bald guys have higher testosterone. If you have low testosterone, you might have a full head of hair like me. That must mean my testosterone is close to nothing. I have zero libido and I have a full head of hair. Now, I don't know. Maybe it's normal. I have no idea. I would think that if my testosterone was really low, I wouldn't be able to grow facial hair. And this stuff grows so fast. I just shaved this morning and it's already coming back in. It's crazy. So I really don't know why that is. Okay, let's see. True, yes. I have not had a haircut since November. Well, there you go. See? Some people cut all the time. I give it a couple of months. Self-promotion, posting the chats that happened during and after my cardiologist visit I posted a few days ago. Is that on your community section Or did you make a video out of it? I'll have to check out your channel. At least now I have time. I can go online. Plus, my internet didn't cut off. The manosphere is obsessed with hair. Now, I wanted to make a video on that, and I may do it eventually. But when you talk about guys and their hair, it's sort of like this obsession with wanting to look young. There's a lot of guys out there, they got this silly looks maxing thing that's going on. They want to look a certain way, but they don't realize what they want is impossible. They want to look young on one hand and older on the other, and it doesn't make sense. It's impossible. Again, most men genetically, when they get older, they lose hair. There's no way around it. Carnivore or not, if you're genetically, look at Mitch. Mitch is bald, but that ring of hair that he has is still dark. That is not colored. I saw him in person. It's real. It's genetics. You have that Jewish background. You have a Scandinavian background. There are certain backgrounds that just lose their hair. Everybody that I've known with a Scandinavian background, I'll give you an example. My friend that's in Minnesota, who's the 25-year carnivore, but he's very private. His dad lost his hair before 50. He had just a little bit on there. Now, somehow my friend did not lose his hair, and I'm not sure how he escaped that, but it runs in the family. People in the Middle East, they often lose their hair, but yet Asians generally don't lose their hair. I've seen Asians gorging on duck food in bad shape, and they have a full head of hair. It's all genetic. There's nothing you can do about it, which is fine. I love having my hair, exactly. See, that makes a difference. It really does to some people. But when you get older, audio brother made into a video. Okay, I'm going to have to check that out. Kurt's video is a must-see. We need to check that out for sure. Just glad most women have their hair. Well, that is true because females generally don't lose their hair. It's genetics and hormones. Kurt, so sorry I missed it. Want to check that out with your cardiologist visit. I'm surprised I have any hair. I shaved my hair for like 12 years. Well, shaving your hair doesn't actually make it fall out. I mean, it is possible that it can be pulled out. Sometimes people get a toupee and they tie it in there. But also, when it comes to males, it's not just the hair on your head that is important. It's the hair on the rest of your body. A healthy male, if they genetically are supposed to have it, you're going to have hair on your lower leg. This is very important. Also on your feet. There's a few little hairs that develop there. Those feet hairs are an indication of health. If you have them when you're younger and you lose them when you're older, that's a sign that your health is failing. It's like the earlobe thing. Some people get these little like creases on their earlobes. That's usually a sign of future heart disease. My dad had them, and he insisted he was healthy. But when he turned 80, the heart disease came. I don't have them. My ears are not wrinkled. Other signs. Usually this hair over here doesn't fall out. This stays. Chest hair, that generally stays. But usually, like in this area, underarms and all that, that will go when you start becoming unhealthy, especially when your blood sugar is out of control. You'll see the guys that don't have any armpit hair, those are the ones that are starting to have the health effects. There are certain cues that you can see physically, and once you know what they are, you can tell. Another thing you'll see is that people that are metabolically unhealthy, they tend to breathe a lot harder. So if you're next to someone, they're not exerting themselves. Now, I'm not talking about exerting yourself, because everybody's going to breathe hard when they're exerting themselves, or if they see a pretty girl. But if, for example, you're just sitting and relaxing, I don't breathe hard. But some people are like, and you hear that. That tells me this person, they're having trouble absorbing oxygen. They may be at risk for pulmonary embolism. They could be having heart issues. These symptoms come early, long before you have a health crisis, and you can see it. And once you see it, you know. My dad used to have itchy eyes and dry eyes. 20 years later, he got serious glaucoma. My dad used to have foot fungus, which I don't get. My mom had toenail issues. She got toenail fungus, which I don't get, despite the fact that I walk around in the dirt barefoot. Again, they used to say if you keep yourself clean, you won't get it. The thing about fungi and bacteria, they have to have the right environment to grow. And if your body is not the right environment, they won't grow. Okay, let's see. Yep. 80. Okay. All right. Correct, Rick. Yes. I'm hairy and manly. That's it. And that's important because that is a sign of health. Now, a lot of times the system wants you to get rid of that. So you'll see a lot of guys out there now. Obviously, if you're into bodybuilding, that's part of the show process. You shave the hair off to look more impressive. But when you see normal guys doing that, shaving their legs, I mean, come on. There is no way in the world that I would ever want to shave my legs. I mean, seriously. That's crazy. Why would anybody want to do that? I don't even know why the women do that. Well, Barry Simon says, have a great day, Rick and all. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the Milton and Quack attack. And we have a bye to Barry. And another bye for Barry. Going to work. Love you, Rick. Love you, Chet. Well, thank you, Tim. And again, if you're not subscribed to Tim's channel, why don't you check it out? Subscribe. Let's see if we can get him over 1,000 before the end of the summer. I think he deserves it. He makes videos every day, talks about a lot of subjects. It's not just fitness and diet, but it's also inflation and subjects, dating advice. There's all kinds of stuff you can find there. And it is kind of interesting. Rainbow, yep. And we have a bye to Tim. Thank you for Rick. All right. Bodybuilders shave their body. Yeah, it's part of the show process. But the thing is, normal guys shouldn't do that. It's like my friend that used to be, all things fitness, exactly. It's the fitness of the body and the fitness of the mind and maybe even a little financial fitness. My friend that used to be a vegan vegetarian, when he switched to the carnivore and eventually now he's on the meat-based keto diet, that caused the amount of body hair to increase, and his girlfriend was offended by it because she thought that it was terrible. Not only is he eating meat, but his leg hair grew back and body hair grew back. But I told him, I said, that's a natural process. Don't try to get rid of it. That's a mistake. The girlfriend eventually accepted it, but what choice did she have? If she's a vegan, I'm thinking to myself, maybe he should find another girlfriend to replace the vegan girlfriend. But they have a connection and they've stayed together. So maybe they can coexist. I don't know. I think it's conflict in the future, but you know what? If they can stay together, that's fine. And the thing is, he still eats some vegetables and he still eats some fruit. It's just that his diet is about 50% meat. And then I don't think he doesn't eat dairy. He eats meat and eggs, and he eats some vegetables, low carbohydrate vegetables, and some seasonal fruit. And he's doing fantastic. I've never seen him in that good of a shape. Regular workout program. He does most of his workouts outside, just like our friend Tim does. And he looks great. And he's going to be 50 pretty soon. I think he's up. What is it? November? I forget. But he's going to be 50 very soon. And he looks better than he did at 40 because I remember what he looked like back then. He used to have that little pot belly and he was kind of soft, you know the type. But he's definitely much better. And again, even though his girlfriend doesn't like the slight changes, I think he's great because he also got rid of the colitis. That was what was really, he had gas, bloating, and bleeding. I was like, if you're bleeding when you go to the bathroom, that's a serious problem. But I guess it took time for him to say, you know what? Maybe I want to do what Rick does because Rick doesn't have those problems. And that's what happened. And that's really good. So anyway, we have 40 40-something people watching. I think it's about time that we wrap up this live stream and I let everyone go off and continue their day. And I really appreciate that to everybody who came in. And again, if you look at the text that's been going across the bottom, hit like and support our channels to help fight the globalist agenda. And that's a quote from Milton. So that's very important. And again, we want to thank Jonathan for being here. We want to thank Jonathan for setting up the live stream on his StreamYard. And I want to wish Jonathan a great day with his friend Joe, which he was able to hang out with. And I hope that they are, if you are listening, or maybe you'll be listening later, that you have taken time to enjoy each other's company. Because again, in this world, one of the most important things that you can have is a relationship with other people. That's more important than any stuff you have, because whatever stuff you have is going to end up in the scrap pile or the landfill. But the relationship that you have with other people, that's what lasts. And that's a good thing. And Terry Girl says, thanks, Rick. Have a good day, everyone. And also, don't forget about Mitch, who was nice enough to drop in and share some good conversation. And as you know, when someone drops in and starts to talk, I tend to let them say what they want to say. Even though it's my show, it's actually yours. Some of the shows, the host may talk too much. I talk a lot when I'm by myself, but when other people come in, you can talk. And maybe that's the reason I don't get too many visitors, because I think some people are afraid that I'm going to just let them talk, and then they might feel bad about it. But don't worry. You can always drop in and drop out whenever you want. What was that they used to say? Tune in, drop out. That was some drug theory. I don't remember. It was LSD. But anyway, I'm just glad that Sandy says, thanks for being here for us. I do the best I can. Yeah, bye blessed Sunday. Yes, I agree. Have a great weekend, Rick and Jonathan. Also, all you quackers. Well, that's great. And by the way, I believe Tuesday is when I will be with Russ on Keto Cookout. If I get home in time, I will join on Monday with the Carnivore live stream for Carnivore Talk. And then tomorrow at 10, as Mitch said earlier, either he or Dr. Kiltz will be doing the live stream. And I think Dr. Kiltz has some kind of interview that he'll be posting at 9. So I'm not quite sure how that will go. But if you happen to see me, I'll be there. I try to take at least the first part of Sunday off. Usually I'm working in the afternoon. I got a million things to do here. So, and I don't think anybody actually came by. They called, but I guess they realized Rick is live, and maybe some of my friends have dropped in. And if you did watch part of my live, you can see what I do every Saturday morning. It's just part of my routine. And I'm glad that so many people come here. And we're down to 42 right now. And we started streaming, it looks like 4 hours ago. So that's right. So anyway, I don't see any more comments. So I am going to end the live stream. And again, thank you very much for being here, as we do every week. Make sure that you do the best you can. Make sure that you try and communicate with the people that you care about, because you know what they say, the funeral is not the time when you want to share your ideas with someone. Do it before they have the heart attack. All right. Take care. Have a great Saturday afternoon, and I'll see you when I see you.
I live with a condition called CRPS, which is the most painful condition known to man, and also suffer with autism and chronic fatigue syndrome. I've been having a hard time recently. I'm reaching out for help. If anyone is able to support me, it'd be much appreciated. And it is for a Give, Send, Go link, which I'll link below this video. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of this clip.